forgive me for my transgressions. Oh yeah.
Yo, we live in misery, ghetto infested, crack facilities where people struggle and strive against their own abilities. I tried to put the people on and tell them what they doing is wrong. An epidemic, this is prolonged. Misery, the day that Christ was betrayed, as he sat and broke bread when had a scheme to hold him back. Now picture this, living your life at the age of 12, going around town telling the wise men to get on track, and growing up, walking in the footsteps of Christ, knowing death, knowing the time Satan tempts you in the night. Fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, afflictions, praying for strength in the Lord to overcome this. And what about the times when they doubted you, didn't believe because they couldn't see what it is to see? You got eyes but they don't see, you got ears but they don't hear. That's why we living in misery.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Attempting to reach the promised land, pay homage and praise to Yahweh Shai. Why should he even acknowledge man? We represent the 12 tribal, even the families of Israel, spoken of all over the Bible, awaiting the arrival of the Son of Man. If the truth hurts, then duck down, cause his verse is homicidal. Bust my gun in hand, destroying my arch rival. He's on the ground, stretched out like a rubber band. Shot him 7 times, I understand. Don't take it literal, condition is critical, cause every shot was spiritual. 3 shots to the face, judgment, mercy, and faith. By the grace of the Most High that we weren't replaced. 3 more shots landed, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Without these, your spirit abandons your body, and now your flesh is left stranded. The last was love, most powerful force on the planet. Sources outlandish, a place where the lost in our hearts will be branded. Living out the true example of what a man is. Our minds are like a fragile package that's damaged. The eyes of the Lord got us on candid camera, watching us whatever we do. Forever he rules. For us the Red Sea was severed in two.
Faith for all Israel to have. They crucified the Son of Man. Wicked acts like him. I ran since I was a slave, mentally pained. I cry out the Lord, but never in vain. We soon reign and have dominance like the days of old King Solomon. Low intolerance. The Lord covenant, the promised land, the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Ever since I get the Spirit of the Lord, I've been walking in the righteous path of Yahweh Shai, trying to keep my head up as I walk by all of the simple and perverse. Boy, this world is such a curse when I tell you, I mean there is no sign of the truth. No more praying in the booths or the tabernacles and our solemn feasts where we used to eat all the holy things. Put before the Most High when we cover sins. Man, you should have been there when I tell you, what the hell you call this wretched ass place? Such a disgrace. Man, we've been misplaced. Lord, we've been praised. Now we praising every day, wishing you were here, looking up the sky where we know that you will appear. Come on down, lift us up, take us out of here. Bring us to a land where the righteous is always near. And it's all about faith, cause there ain't no fear.
Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Oh, will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep who's lost in this world, to you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. No one above me. It pleased them to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. Now you don't remember me. The whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard, but for
everything I do is for the Lord. If I breathe, I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it, I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahushua is not. And He prophesied when He was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan holds post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on His way. I'll hear the sound of the scorn. Turn up the nations for way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Israel, you better endure. Come on, hear the sound of the scorn. Turn up the nations for way. Ain't gonna take this no more. 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 Come and take a taste of confusion. Ain't gonna take this no more. Ain't gonna take this no more.
Welcome, 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 everybody. Thank you for being here. You could have been any place else, but you chose it to be here today, and we are so thankful. So let me tell you what's going on, because I know y'all keep hearing some type of little feedback going on, some new programs that I'm trying to work with, and I promised within the next couple days to get that dealt with. But, right now, please bear with me as we start to change things a little bit and deal with things just a little bit differently. So, with that being said, thank you guys for being here. You could have been any place on the planet, but you chose to be here. And we are so thankful. If you guys can hear me, please press 1. If you can hear me, please press 1. Just want to make sure everything is coming through smoothly. If you can hear me, press 1. All right. Vaughn Bryan, always on top of it. Thank you, Risa. Thank you, Sha. Thank you, everybody. All right. So thank you guys for being here. So with that being said, we have 4 hashtags here in the village. Woo in the building. No more be the change. It takes a village. Visitation rights are for inmates, not fathers. All right. So then we're going to move on to the AAA. These are not the guys that pick you up on the street, but it stands for acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. Acknowledging that you are the reason why you're in the position that you're in most situations. And next is acceptance, cause and effect, right? You cannot have the effect without the cause. So you have to realize that there are ramifications for the decisions that you make. This is the acceptance of those. So in between acknowledgement and acceptance is the growing curve. So the man you walked in is not the man you walk out when you take responsibility and accountability for what you have done. A lot of people pass the buck on this position right here, and they lose that chance of growth. So they wind up repeating the same mistake that they learned, or they didn't learn. So when you walk out the new man or the new woman that you are, we now go to the last A, which is application. Okay. We then have the mirror. Hard thing. Here, mirror is very hard. It's got to get that spackle, that paint. You got to get all that stuff out, man, because until the Father comes back, we are all under construction. All of us are. So with that being said, we move on to the truth is too heavy for the weak. This is going to be the hardest vocation that you guys have ever decided to do, right? Because again, knowing what you know and doing what you do, meaning the high road is a hard road. It's a hard road. And we have to traverse it. Knowing what we know, we have to traverse it. So what I'm saying to you is that we all hear the cliche, do as Romans do when we in Rome. Here, the Lord don't want you to do as Romans do. He wants you to stand out. It's easy to go with the crowd, man. It's easy to go with the crowd because you stand out, right? When you're with the crowd, you don't have to stand out. When you're in the crowd, you can hide. But when you go the opposite way, you definitely stand out. You are seen, right? This is why the Lord talks about your light being bright. Do not hide it. Do not hide it for no man, no woman. Truth is truth. Stand up for it, right? Again, doesn't mean that we don't sin. Doesn't mean that we don't fall. He's not looking at that. He's looking at your get up. We need vision, not sight. Our sights will get us in trouble. Man's sight is linear. Man's sight. We don't look at things panoramically, right? We look at things for, the moment. So when we talk about dealing with the Lord and we talk about his vision, we talk about encompassing all the information that we can get, not just what we see with sight, but we're talking about discernment. We're talking about clarity. We're talking about understanding. We're talking about, the environment that we're in, taking as much information that you can take so that when you need to make a decision, you make the best decision for that situation. And last and certainly not least, man, is we need to stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. Stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. We need to stop moving instinctively. We need to stop, what's the word I'm looking for? Reacting and start responding. We need to start thinking about what we do before we do it. I know it's not easy. I know it's not. But we have to, We have to do it for our children. We have to do it for our loved ones. We have to do it for ourselves. So, with that being said, thank you guys for being here. Here in the village, we believe that our four bodies should be at a perpetual balance or as close to it. And where is my man?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. That was loud. I'm so sorry about that. That was really louder than I thought it would be. But we here. We are in the building. Thank you guys for being here. And we in the building, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bang, 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 bang.
All right.
Bang.
Who do we have in the building? We have VB first in the building. My man 84 in the building. Thank you, my G, for being here, man. We got Risa Neal, resident sniper, in the building. Thank you for being here, Risa. I appreciate you and all that you do. Who else we got in the building? We got Master Wu, knowing all the woos, because he's the master of woo. That's my brother. What's going on, my G? Hope all is well. Shine the building. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Who else we got? Nightbot, always by my side, man. Nightbot, that's y'all don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, don't get on Nightbot's bad side. So, typically I would give you a monologue, but I know that I held you guys waiting. I was trying to get things finished up with this video that I want to show you. Wife School Podcast in the building. So yeah, it's a video that I want to show you guys. Let me get up my fair use. Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Yeah, this is a doozy, man. We've done this video before, but this was years ago. We did this video years ago. So we're going to try and do it again. All right, we ain't going to try, we're going to do it. So I hope you guys enjoy. So what this video is about is the children, man. You know, so often in these conversations that we have, we hear, well, we don't hear, we tend to forget the youngsters. We tend to forget the kids. We tend to get caught up in our own emotions. We get caught up in it, and it's not good. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Yeah, so it's a crazy thing. It definitely is. It's a crazy thing. But we get so caught up in our emotions. We get so caught up in the conversation that we tend to leave the youngins. We tend to leave the young kids behind. And I want everyone that's in the sound of our voices, I want them to be able to hear and see what's going on as we go down these corridors of YouTube, down these corridors of conversation, of talking points. We go down these corridors of submission and the man is this and who's the problem and what we need to do and alpha male this and beta simp that. No, the people that are suffering is the kids. So I pulled this video out of the archives, and the link is in the chat. I'll put it again. You guys can hit that link, come up, and we can converse and talk about this video. And yeah, talk about the video. So let me get this up and we will do this. All right. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see it? Let me see if I can make it bigger for you by me going down here. What up, my G? What's the dilly, yo? What's going on, my brother?
You
I
talking
can't
to
hear
me?
you, man. Yeah,
You
I'm
talking to
talking to
me?
you. Who you think? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Who else would I be talking to?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. You know, you've been incognito for a while. You know, you seem to go visit everybody else's space. I'm actually surprised you on your own show tonight.
Wow. Wow. Damn. My man came. Damn, brother. I'm glad I got my bulletproof vest on today, man. I got the army on. So how you
Hey,
been, my
Bobo,
G?
you know, I gotta make an interest, man. Come on now.
No, I know you and your interests. I'm gonna put a trap door someplace so when you walk in, you trip up. What's the
How
deal?
you been doing, man?
I'm alive, brother. The Lord gave me another day to get it right, so I'm gonna do my best to try and get it right. So I got a few pieces of new equipment, so I'm trying to work it out. Few little hiccups, but within the next coming days, we should be able to figure it out and all that stuff, whatever.
Oh,
So
that's what's up, man. That's cool. So what we watching, man?
Now you can see it in the background. You see the chick with the dude.
That's all I see. You said it's about the kids. Where the kid at?
Oh man, oh man. Okay, brother. So this is about. We're gonna find some real good information here, man. This is gonna be real good information, and I think it's gonna be information that a lot of us as parents don't know. It's gonna be about going into these children's world because again, I forget. When these children leave or these young adults leave our homes, it's a different world that they go into, man. And we really don't tap into it. It's a whole different world, right? So we need to start asking these kids what's going on in their life. We need to stop thinking that they got it all together. We need to stop it. So we're gonna find out now. This documentary is a short documentary, and it takes place in LA. LA.
Of all places.
Of all places, brother. That's gang town. So
That's my backyard, man.
all right, brother. So you might be familiar with some of these people then. So let's get it in. Here we go.
How many of you know people that have been injured or have died because of gang violence who are your age or who are kids?
This happened like a few.
See, before we even start,
Your age or who are kids?
I want you to look at that. That's a lot of people, and they're not even focusing on the whole class. For the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8 students that they show here. 8 students. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these students have seen gang violence. Has seen violence. Now, a lot of the times, these young men and young women, they're in one-parent households. And, a lot of the times they have not been given the coping skills or the tools to understand these things, to properly process it, right? The parents are out trying to make a living, trying to get work in, and they're kind of forced to kind of figure this day out. Because a lot of the times when the parents come home, they're tired, they go to sleep, they cook dinner, or whatever they do. And these kids are left to figure these things out. So we're going to learn some things today that, you know, that a lot of us might not have known. Juan Brian, what's the deal, yo? How you doing, my G?
Hey, what's going on, brother Bolo? Hey, what's going on, brother?
You tell me, baby.
What's up, man?
I think I have an echo. I might have to go out and come back in. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I don't hear no echo.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I'm good, brother. I'm good. What's up, Score?
If you just
What's
want
up,
to
man?
drop, then just tell me you want to. You ain't got to make
No.
up. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to make nothing.
No. I'm here on purpose. Now, you know what?
Hey, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn. Be careful with him. He feeling kind of he feeling kind of beat up already.
I heard that. I heard that segue. I heard how you led into the conversation, brother.
Hey, didn't I tell you I was gonna get him?
Man, it's rough, man.
It's not even right, brother. It's not even right. I don't understand why we got to start this way. Why I gotta be attacked. But it's all good. I know I haven't been here for a minute. Big Ant been holding us down. So
no, man, you been slumming on the other shows, man.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Ain't no owls up on this air.
Where have you seen me, brother? Yeah.
Tell him, Vaughn, where you seen him at?
Let me ask you this, Bolo. Now, do you have any reverb button on your equipment?
Yeah.
Because you got to turn that down. Turn it down a bit.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole lot.
Yeah, it is kind of loud.
How's that?
Almost better. Turn it down some more.
How's that?
Almost a little bit more.
How's that, brother?
A little bit more, because you don't want to sound echoey.
How's that?
That's better. That's getting better. A little bit more.
How's that?
That's
right. That's cool.
Let's work with that. Yeah, let's work with that right there.
I don't know what the hell is wrong with you dudes, man.
No, listen. I'm listening to you in the earphone.
I'm only joking, brother. Don't listen.
Yeah.
Your man already started, so you know I'm expecting to get shot at. Here comes Joseph. You know what I'm saying? He got on the De La Soul shirt. You know what I'm saying? So Joseph, what up, baby?
What up, Bolo? Long time no hear.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Hey, Bolo, tell them they ought to wake up early in the morning enough to catch the morning devotional. Then we'll see you, right?
You know, Joseph always, Joseph is always figuring things out. Joseph probably in the backyard with a helmet on, with firecrackers, trying to figure something out. Joseph, that's my man right there. Son. Leave Joseph alone. Joseph,
I see. It's gonna be one of these nights, huh?
Magnifying glass, burning ants. Leave Joseph alone, man. That's my brother. leave him alone. Stop attacking him, man. What the hell is wrong with y'all? So, if you look, you see 5 out of 8 kids. Yeah, have seen this violence, right? Now, how does it affect them? Because again, as adults, it's hard for us to process it, right? It's hard for us. And again, like I said, we're going to learn some things today that, some of us knew, but it's going to be reinforced. So again, let's continue with the video.
This happened like a few weeks ago.
What happened?
They ran up to him, shot him 7 times in the back, shot his homie in the leg, and then shot him in the head.
Let me ask you a question. Do anybody notice anything about what he just said? Did anybody notice anything about what he just said?
Hey, replay it,
Joseph.
Yeah, I was gonna say replay it. I mean, I don't hear the echo on your end, but I do hear it for some reason in the video for some reason. which is kind of
So everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. And then we're gonna play it, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody mute up.
Your age, or like, you know, who are kids.
This happened like a few weeks ago.
What happened?
They ran up to him, shot him 7 times in the back, shot his homie in the leg, and then shot him in the head.
Did you hear that?
yeah.
I heard it.
You first.
Okay.
You got it? So what did you pick up from that? From what he just said? What did you pick up?
Is it something that's not so obvious that he said? It must be something that maybe I'm missing.
No, I'm sure you're gonna notice it when I say it. It's something there.
Something there.
Yeah.
They put okay. Shot his homie, shot him 7 times, leg in the head. Day.
Look at his
Man,
face. Look at his face. That might help you. Look at his
Yeah.
face.
Normal reality.
Say it again.
Normal reality.
Say it one more time.
Normal reality.
Okay.
Like every day, that's what it is.
Boom.
So it doesn't have that weight of
Exactly.
of like he's like in distress about it. He's not in distress about it. That's the shocking about it.
Duke rolling up a blunt. Duke rolling up a blunt.
Oh,
About yo, I
with
just
that.
you probably
Yeah,
can't.
it does appear that he's, you know, desensitized to it all. You know what I'm saying? Because he's so
okay.
used to
We didn't see that because you had our pictures blocking it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, he was so used to probably seeing this happen, you know, to where he became accustomed to it. You know what I'm saying? So he's kind of laid back talking about it. It's not really affecting him.
Hey, Vaughn, you know that's our backyard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know how it was coming up, and for a lot of us coming up in that time in the 80s and 90s. It was you walk out your doorstep, it was nothing for you to look right out in front of your porch, and you can maybe see 2 or 3 dead bodies out there because somebody just drove by and just shot up the whole place. It was just an everyday gang war for us.
So, you know, and what do we call that? When something becomes normalized, right? When a trauma becomes normalized.
PTSD?
That's it.
It's like a desensitization. You know, it's you see a thing so much to where it becomes so common to you, to where you're not alarmed anymore. You know what I'm saying?
And
Stockholm.
And the crazy thing about it is, it doesn't just affect one portion of your life. It affects everything. It affects your relationships. It affects how you see society. It affects how you see your loved ones. It affects you. It's so heightened, like what Joseph said. It's not heightened anymore. This is a normal thing. This is normal at this point, right? And a lot of the times people think that PTSD is a military disease. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think that, you go over, to Iraq, or you go to Afghanistan and you see whatever you see and you witness whatever you witness. And this is the thing. This is the crazy thing, man, that you're talking about men, grown women, grown men that had some type of training. Because I don't think you can ever train somebody for the things that they're going to see. They just experience it. But you do your best to try to give them real world scenarios so that their mind won't just freeze, so that they're able to figure things out in real time and move, right? So that training kicks in. This kid right here can't be more than 17, man, 16. What training did he get? What therapy is he getting? Because when those cats come back, you know, the truck can backfire. They flip out. I got a HVAC friend of mine, and he flies planes. He was in a airplane crash with his daughter. He comes over to the crib to look at the HVAC. This was like maybe 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. He comes over to the crib, and my neighbor's cat climbs into his work truck. He screamed as if someone, screamed. Because the cat just ran off, and he was like, the PTSD. Lyric says, normalized trauma is called historical trauma because the body has coped with living in fight or flight mode. That's crazy, bro. And we're talking about kids, man. These are kids. These are our kids. And we may not be in environments this bad, but these kids, they go through trauma every day. They go through something every day. So, talk to your kids, man. Decompress them from the day. Here's the crazy thing. When we go out into the world and our day has been hell, right? When we come home, we want to decompress. How much more our youngins? How much more our youngins? You got anything you want to add before we go on? Anybody got anything they want to add before we move on?
Yeah. Like he just he reminds me of what I get why he's doing. I didn't see that. I get why he's distant, and this is why I got into smoking a lot of weed. Seeing the things that I saw and stuff I experienced in Detroit. Constant. Your friends that you grew up with, that you went to school with, that were your neighbors, passing away, or themselves doing the passing away. Like, oh, I can't believe, he was just this kid I grew up with. I can't believe he did that to someone. And now he's either dead or gone, or he's in jail. So this is how I numbed it. Some people go to much more extremes. They get themselves involved in it. Fortunately, I had a father who at least kept me from going and picking up any weapons myself and dealing with it in that way. The anger issues that I dealt with, sad that I have to say, all I did was smoke weed, or get myself involved in other debauchery activities to cope with this. But weed is a very light way of dealing with it, even though it does cause a lot of severe damage in the long run. Right now, he's 16, 17. So it's not affecting him, but it's when you get in your late 20s, your 30s, you see how the weed affects you mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. So it's not just a numbing agent for the moment. It ceases to become that, and it starts to affect your brain. It slows you down, your motor skills, and it really prevents you from feeling anything, and not just the violence around you, but yourself, but your own spirit. The person becomes a shell of themselves. I have a cousin who was very bright, 12, 13 years old, getting straight A's in school. I did my best to try to show him a different life outside of the environment in which he was raised up in, because I didn't have any control over that. Neither did he. And so I would go visit him, pick him up, take him out to wealthier areas of neighborhood, different, opposite of what he was used to experiencing, to try to give him a glimpse of what this life was like when I was younger. And I did that as often as I possibly could, but I couldn't bring him out of that environment that he ultimately had to go back to his broken home, where he was raised by a single mom. Because I know, Bola, you mentioned, these kids are usually a product of single parent households, but let's be honest, what single parent households are these, especially young boys, are being raised up in? It is single mother households. It's not
typically,
it's almost exclusively. And if it's a
Yep.
single man's or single father household, he's going to have a lot more structure. It's just something that if there's going to be a single household of anything, it would have to be the father to create that structure and balance, which I had. Now, obviously, you want both parents in the household, but we know what the effects of single mother households are like. So, anyways, I did the best I could, and up until recently, when our cousin passed away, I was in the funeral, and I've seen that this is what weed does to you. Now, again, this is such a harmless drug. Oh, they legalize it. It's all, sunshine and daisies. Oh, it's no longer going up to the street corner guy and, looking behind your back and making sure. No, it's not like that no more. Now they're getting it legally. But he had a glossy look on his eyes. It's a military term that when they've seen a lot, it's not PTSD. It's like um, the 1,000-yard stare. That's what
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, I heard of that.
It was eerie. And I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, oh, so I'm getting goosebumps as I'm speaking about this. I'm looking at him right behind me with this 1,000-yard stare. And I'm looking at our cousin in the coffin just in front of me. And I could not tell which one of those individuals was dead or alive
Wow.
because he's been through so much. And I felt like on some level, that could be him next, right there. Or is he already there? He was just there, rocking, and he just lost it. I lost someone that I was close to, is what he was going through. I can sense it. But there was no talking I could do to comfort him. Because you mentioned talking to them. At some point, talking ceases. I don't have the professional capacity to speak to him. And he would have to go to a therapist. But here's the thing, you need money for a therapist in most cases, for a decent one, unless he gets like some sort of community help or he actively goes out. He's a grown man now, so no one can actually make him do something that he's probably not going to do because he's going to feel like, being a man, I can figure it out on my own. You hope that he does, but the statistics are highly against that as a probability. And I just see it's just the wildest thing, how sharp, how bright he was, 13, 12, 14, and then the decline over time as he ages, which is exactly what happened to our cousin who ended up in a coffin, who got hit by a drunk driver. Well, not, I know he was drunk, but he was just he was out at night, and he just that's just that's just the breaks, man. These are the things that actually caused me to do what this young man is doing right now. I'm much older now. I can handle it a lot better. At least so I believe I am. But even as I'm speaking about it, it's like, huh. And I'm thinking, yeah, I get why he's doing what he's doing.
It's the cope. What was I gonna say? That the good thing about what we do here, right, as a family, is we got numbers, and I'm sure that there's more resources out there. I'm sure there's a whole lot more of resources out there, but we have a start. If they look at the description, we have resources, and they're anonymous, free, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they don't have to worry about paying anything. So, if you know somebody that is going through something, please point them towards the description, right? So lyric says, due to the hypothalamus overworking, the hypothalamus overworking, the adrenaline gland, the released in the body. And she gets a lyric, bang, bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
So, the human body is amazing in what it does. How at times, like, you listen to the story that my man Joseph just told us, and the way the human body tries to cope with it, the way the human body tries to adapt. It doesn't all the time, but just to see it work in the way to try and protect you. A lot of the times it puts you in more harm. It doesn't know it. It's thinking, it's helping you. This is why we need um the resources. This is why we need to have this type of environment where we can have conversations, like what my man Joseph said, um, you don't know if he's going to use it because, again, as men, we are egotistical, right? We move in that vibration of like, nah, I got this, I'm good. And really, we're not good. There's a video that's circulating on TikTok, or was it Instagram, one or the other. And it's this guy. And I forget everything he said, but he says, when you ask a man how he's doing, and he says he's good, says we know what that means. That means he's not good. That means that, he has so much on his mind. And, the world tells us not to articulate or to verbalize how we feel and things of that nature from when we're babies, right? You can have a baby girl and a baby boy. We always tell a baby boy, stop crying. Boys don't cry. But we allow the girl to get that stress out, right? And it starts when they're babies. And then he turns around, he looks and he says, I know how you feel because I'm good also. So we have to start to get these brothers talking. We got to start to get these young men talking. We got to start
Hey,
getting these
Bolo,
talking. Yes,
if I may add real quick,
please.
to cap off the end of the story, what I saw at the funeral was just the beginning, and I didn't know that was just the beginning. I'm thinking, okay, this is as bad as it's going to get. After this is all over, funeral processions, we're all going to go home, and we're all going to deal with that in our own individual way. I was invited to, I think what they call a wake. It's kind of like, it's weird, where they have like a after party, or not a party, but it's like if you have a wedding party, you have the after reception. It's
Yeah.
similar to that, but so I don't know. I forgot what it's called, but they invited me. I was like, what is that? It's all, I said, I'm not really sure. It's oh, you should come out. So I came and I went, and
You're talking about the repass.
that's what it is. That's the word I was
It's
looking
called a
for. Yeah.
repass. Yeah.
I was like, what? Like, who does that? I never heard. So it's my first time. I've been to a few
Oh
funerals.
yeah.
That
It's
was the
quite
first time.
normal.
It's normal.
Oh wow, I did not know that. So I went to this repast, and virtually everyone who was in the funeral uh, attended. It's free food and drinks. Well, the drinks. So you get there, and I'm thinking it's just gonna, everyone's gonna kind of be. I was everyone but myself, and I'm talking about 50 or 60, 70 people. Not, phew, I mean, hard liquor everywhere was flowing, and people were bringing in liquor. I mean, they was drinking this stuff as if it was just water, just downing it. And the after effect, it wasn't at that point. It freaked me out because what I saw in my cousin, that 1,000-yard stare, that was just one person who's I'm related to, who I grew up with.
Right.
Now I saw it amongst 50, 60, 70 of my family members whom I also grew up with. They
Wow.
all dealt with it in this way, except for the kids, of course. But they weren't sheltered from that. So even though it would appear that, oh, they're not drinking, they're seeing their parents, their grandmothers, their aunties drinking and indulging, overly indulging, and becoming very totally different human being, the opposite of who I'm. But this is how they're dealing with the pain of losing that one cousin. So the way I dealt with it, because I went through it too, is I just did it the opposite way. This is how I learned to cope with dealing with that level of stress or PTSD. I simply said, I'm going to go up to the park. This little park up downtown Detroit. So I'm going to work out, and I'm going to sweat it out. So they drink um, fluids in order to intoxicate themselves. I expel fluids in order to detoxify myself. But this is something I had to learn over time to do, as opposed to my vice, which was smoking weed and sometimes occasionally drinking. So, but I realized just how few people do what I did and look for a productive way of dealing with the stress, because we all deal with it. There's no way of sheltering ourselves from it. As best we can, this is the world we live in. You go outside, it's going to be something that takes place. But this is how I dealt with it, the trauma. And that's what works generally for most people. At least for men, I feel like working out, breaking the sweat does help. Is it the only solution? No. But it's like the precursor to having like a building block process to dealing with the trauma and the grief that you're dealing with at the time. And it's worked for me, but because I have experience doing that. But you have all these family members who are much older than I am, much more experienced than I am, who are still resorting to the bottle, the weed, some of them even stronger narcotics to deal with the pain of just grief, let alone any other kind of pain that they may be personally dealing with of their own. So
Exactly. And let me just say this about that, just that whole structure of that repass situation. You know, it basically is designed for the rest of the family to come together and comfort those immediate family of those who lost the individual. In other words, say that it was your cousin, and you know your cousin has a mother and has a sister and a brother. That's that immediate family. So all of the rest of the family comes together and brings food to comfort those immediate family members, you know, because they just lost a loved one. And not just family, but then you have friends and different loved ones who knew the family. So we all get together. Now at the repast, a lot of things go on. You know, you have your elderly people who the majority of the time don't partake in a lot of the things that the younger people do. Some of them do now, just like you mentioned. You know, sometimes there is some drinking going on. Sometimes, you know, it's a homie and, you know, you want to pour a little bit out for him before you take your sip. And, you know, it's a very traditional thing, but it's designed to comfort the family after the funeral so that they just don't have to come home to an empty house. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that they have people that love them around them, you know. And so, yeah, you do have people that cope, their coping mechanisms. You know, they're going to drink, they're going to smoke their cigarettes, they're going to do a whole bunch of things. Some people, you know, who are sanctified, they won't allow that in their home. You see what I'm saying? You know, you're going to have to go outside and do that, but not in here, you know. And then you have those who respect, you know, those elders. You know, it's kind of very far in between now because there is kind of no respect for elders nowadays. But basically, that is the repass, you know. And depending on the family and the upbringing, you see what I'm saying, and the culture of that family, that you'll see different types of things go on at a repass. You know, I've seen white people who have had repasses, you know, and they get together and they're very solemn and no one says anything hardly, and they nod and they shake hands. You know, black people are a little more demonstrative.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. We're going to put some music on. We're going to put some music on. We're going to try to cheer up that immediate family. You see what I'm saying? Might even be some dancing going on.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, I've been to so many different repasses.
Wow.
Let's all welcome no one like Tika. Let's welcome her to the village. Thank you, sis, for coming.
Welcome.
She says, unfortunately, within our community, we specialize in numbing ourselves, and also of us, I guess a lot of us choose alcohol and other substances as our outlets. Then she says, this is one reason we are desensitized. We are never allowing ourselves to deal with our issues and feel our way through the problem in order to reach solution. That is a very good point. Very good point. Then we have Lyric. She says, I left my daughter's repass as the laughter broke my heart. And
Wow. I've never heard that before.
Wow. Yeah.
You never
I'm sorry.
that's a hole in your heart that, for me, speak for me. Can't speak for nobody else. That's a hole in your heart that doesn't get healed. You learn to cope. You learn to deal. So at least that's for me. It becomes easier to talk about. It becomes easier to have conversations pertaining to. That is yeah. So no one like Tika, she says Bob Marley's best. Some of us feel the rain, others just get wet. This quote relates to substance use. Yeah. It's perspective, man. Perspective is very important. And again, you have to that pain, right? PTSD. Let's give the definition of it. It says a disorder in which a person has difficulty recovering after experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event. So you don't necessarily have to be in that event for you to get PTSD. It says the condition may last months or years, with triggers that can bring back memories of the trauma accompanied by intense emotional and physical reactions. Intense emotional and physical reactions. Symptoms may include nightmares or unwanted memories of the trauma, avoidance of situations that bring back memories, heightened reaction, anxieties, or depressed mood. Treatment includes different types of trauma-focused psychotherapy, as well as medication to manage symptoms. Risa says, my sister's homegoing was a 3 or 4 day event. I was tired, heartbroken. I couldn't do the repass. I feel you.
This is a tough one to talk about,
We 84 in the building. We got Big Ant 84. You got anything you want to add before we get back to the video?
No, man. Salute to everybody. Glad everybody's up in the building. Salute to Bolo, Big Ant. You know what I mean? I see in the building. You know what I mean? Mr. Brian. I'm Joseph.
Yes, sir.
I always forget the other brother name. My bad, man. No disrespect, but yeah, definitely. Shout out to you too, bro. You know what I mean? Much love. Let's get it.
Big brother.
Oh, I didn't even see Ant. What's up, brother Ant? 84.
Shout out to you guys. See, y'all have a
real
big topic in here tonight. So go ahead and kick off the video, man. I have nothing at this time.
It's a tough one, man, because I'm dealing with that with my son, actually. So it's a tough one.
All right, here we go.
It's a normal day. It's like everyday life, and I know that's sad, but after a while, you just get used to it.
He was 7 years old.
You just gotta be like, dang, that's sad. You can't be like, wow. Like, it's too many wows.
There you go. That's exactly what Lyric said, right? She got shot at 7 years old. And what did she say? How many wows you gonna say? Wow. It's too many wows. You can't continue saying wow, so your body just numbs yourself to it.
2 weeks ago, we had about 6 shooters in one day. I mean, it was all starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you see, you hear somebody take that breath, that's a sound that never leaves you. I just want a community to like when people forget about it. This is how it became Death Alley.
We're in South Central LA in an area that's been called Death Alley by the community because in the past 7 years there have been over 100 homicides in this neighborhood alone. People are being affected by the violence in this area in a very serious way. Most people associate post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, with American troops returning home from war. But when you look at communities like this, they're suffering from the same thing. Experts say it's an epidemic, and that up to 40% of urban poor in America are dealing with PTSD.
And you're talking about young children. These young children have not had any training. They don't know how to self-medicate, to get help. They don't have insurance probably. And they're just dealing. And the cycle continues on and on and on. So, communication is very important, man. Having conversations is very important. You may think that the most, nonsensical topics may mean nothing, but to that young man or young woman, it means a whole lot because you put something else in their mind to think about. And having conversations pertaining to their day. How was your day? Talk to me. What's going on? Let them know that they're not in it by themselves. Because again, we don't know what that young man is going to do. Because as we go further into the video, you're going to see that it gets real deeper. So.
South Central South Vermont Avenue. It's the blood-soaked battlefield for at least 6 gangs that claim the area as their own. It's called Death Alley because it has one of the highest homicide rates in Los Angeles. And smack in the middle of it is Soledad Enrichment Action, or SEA.
So right in the middle of Death Alley is a school. That's crazy.
Metal detector.
A charter high school serving the neighborhood's high-risk kids.
This community that we're in is very rough. A lot of shootings, a lot of stabbings, a lot of drugs. Just very disenfranchised.
Eric Jones is a counselor here. His job is to help identify and connect students who are suffering from a variety of problems, including PTSD.
Let me give you a quick example. Say you're at a party and a balloon pops, people duck. They duck because they're used to hearing gunshots. And to me, my personal experience about that is post-traumatic stress disorder.
He's also a former gang member.
But remember what the kid said. The kid said, man, we get so used to it that it's nothing. I don't know if you guys ever seen that reporter, right? It's a reporter. He's interviewing this lady, an older lady, right? Lady had to be close to her late 60s, early 70s. And he's interviewing her. And all you hear is pop, 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 pop. This dude almost drops the mic and says, please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This lady, being as this is her neighborhood, she grabbed him and said, okay, it's going to be okay, baby. Don't worry about it, because this is not something that this young reporter's used to. This is something that this is normal for her. It's normal. And she just started praying for him right there. And this dude is, I don't want to die, please. He almost starts crying. If we're talking about a grown man in his early 30s to mid 30s can feel this way, how much more a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old that don't have the wherewithal to figure out what's going on. Their brain is still not fully developed. So there are things that they can't even process. in the middle of a neighborhood, a school where it's called Death Alley. And this is what pisses me off more than anything, because like Scorched Earth said, right? Bolo, yeah, I see you here, I see you there, I see, you all over the place, but you don't come here. You hardly here. Because these dudes need to stop arguing about nonsense. The conversations that these people are having make no sense. It's all talking points. It isn't about growth. There are no solutions. And if someone says something that makes sense, the other person didn't really take the time to let it sink in and to breathe on it. He's just going to cut the vibration, cut the spirit, and say something because, everybody wants their own soundbite. Everybody wants to be clipped. So when these little kids, when these young men, young women, when they come to the internet, because a lot of the time that's what they're doing. Started when COVID started, right? These kids are looking for just a word. They're looking for someone to say something to them, something that resonates with them. These dudes is arguing about submission. You kidding me? So this is why I go to those channels to tell them, yo, Duke, listen, let me explain something to you guys, man. You guys have an opportunity. You have 200, 300, 400, 500 people, sometimes more than that, listening to you at once. Don't squander that opportunity, man. Don't squander it. Because here's the thing, and me and Big Ann and I had this conversation, that, you brought your company to the public. If you didn't want to be held to what the rules are to the public, then you should have kept it private. But as soon as you slap your name on one of these channels, you become inspiration, period, whether you want it or not. So you better understand that these men, these women, these young men and young women, their blood is on your hands. If you don't want that kind of responsibility or accountability, shut your channel down. This is what I had to say to a few people. Shut your channel down. No? Cool. My job is done. You have an opportunity to talk to these young kids. You want to argue talking points. You don't want to reach out to the young man that's on his last thread, wanting someone just to say, man, I see you and I love you. You here. You don't want to do that. Until it's someone in your family. Then you're going to say, well, why didn't someone talk to him? Or why didn't you talk to him? Why didn't you? And again, this is not an easy thing. It isn't. But it's something that we have to do, man. If you're choosing to do this, let's do it. Anybody got anything they want to add before we continue the video? Okay.
So he's able to relate to a lot of what they're going through.
What we're curious about is the kind of violence that you see and you come from. So my first question to everyone, you guys could just raise your hands, is how many of you have known someone that's been involved in a shooting?
Not go to jail. You're all right.
Okay. And how many people have seen someone get shot?
Close.
My mom's brother was affiliated with gang members. He wasn't a gang member. And he was walking down the street with my dad's brother, and he got shot in the back with a shotgun.
I was like, with my brother, it was like 5 or 6. I don't know, we used to go to the park all the time. And it was just these gangbangers that came and then like they just started shooting, and the dude was sitting right there, and it was like we was all standing right there, like we was trying to run. And then the dude just shot the other boy. He was like probably like 15, shot him in the back of the head. He was just laid out.
How does a little girl like this process that? How do these young men and young women process that? There's so many of them. There's just so many counselors. They don't have enough. You know, Scorch says, you know, you go over there, no one comes here. Those dudes don't want to come here because they're going to be held to the fire. They're going to be held accountable here. Those dudes don't want to they don't want to come here and have the conversation. They don't want to do it. So we got to bring the fire to them. We got to bring the fire to them. Yeah, it's comfortable to have the light here. We got to go into them dark areas, man. Yeah, they're going to ridicule you. Yeah, they're going to call you sucker, punk, you know, Bible thumper. I think that's the new one that they're calling us. I don't think it's too new, but they're going to do that.
Yeah, that's an old one.
They're going to do it. But we got to go to them.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm comfortable here. Believe me, I don't want to go. But that's our job. Our job is to spread the word. Our job is to do our best to be the best examples that we can be. Do our best, man. Eric says they eventually come to Jesus, Paul, and John. This is not an easy thing, man. This is not an easy thing because especially when something happens so close to home. I remember that, and I blame myself for this. Preemptive strike. I blame myself. I went to go see my son in Virginia. And I was driving back to the hotel. I was driving back to the hotel with the wife. And as we're driving, see this car in front of me. In front of us. It's driving wobbly. And I'm following it. And here I am poking my nose in other people's business. And I'm following it, and it's driving very erratically. And I'm saying to myself, man, call the police. Call the police. But then that demon kicks in. And you know, you don't want to mess nobody's day up or whatever the situation is. But then I was like, call the police. And you create, I created an excuse. Now everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. So I get off my exit and go to sleep, wake up the next morning. And again, you know, wherever I go, I always listen to the news or, you know, traffic or whatever. And they said yesterday, a group of kids drunk driving crashed. 2 dead. Now, I don't know if that was my car. The one that I saw that I should have called the police on. Yeah, they would have got jammed up, but they would be alive. I don't know if that was my car or not, but that's still something that I live with day in and day out. I won't make
Would
that
you
mistake.
ever want to know? Would you prefer to be out of sight, out of mind, but to
No,
always have that one?
no, because having that thought process in my mind holds my feet to the fire for the next time. Do what you're supposed to do. Because open rebuke is better than secret love. Sometimes, you know, they're driving, they get jammed up, they end up getting arrested, but they still live. But because I made up the excuse, I don't want to get no one jammed up, they having a good night, blah, 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 blah. Again, I don't know if that was my car, but the Lord made me pay attention to that car in the news because it was just playing in the background. Their blood is on my hands, bro. Their blood is on my hands.
Wow.
And it kills me. Never again. I got 911 on speed dial. It's not a game.
Oh, he showed you an immediate consequence of inaction. That doesn't happen often. A lot of times we don't get that feedback of what that butterfly effect. We don't often see what happens outside of our sight, our immediate sight, or our immediate knowledge of things. Now, obviously, God sees all that happens. So it's a blessing in disguise, really, and that He allowed you to see what may or may not have been the vehicle that you could have stopped or prevented from ending up in that situation. You hope it's not, but I don't know if I would want to know.
Well, here's the thing. The point that I'm making, and I'm tearing up talking to you guys about it. The point that I'm making is
it's a very hard topic. I mean, here we are.
If we don't get involved, who will? That's the point. If we don't get involved, who will? You know what I'm saying? So when you hear, again, Lyric writes, you represent on your territory and they will come. God will send you out. However, He made a home for you for a reason. Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree. But when you hear these cats and you're like, dogs, I guarantee you there's a few young kids that are listening to you. And this is what you give? For 8 hours? This is what you give? For 12 hours? This is what you give? This is what you give?
Bro, may I say something?
Absolutely.
But you just got to realize some people just don't care. Some people want
Absolutely.
destruction. Some people want chaos. Some people want hellfire. And the thing is that let them keep knocking on the devil's door and the devil will answer. He will answer and he will collect. So, I mean, you got to do what's on your heart, Bolo. If you feel like you need to be, go ahead. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. And part of me part of me would like people to change, and part of me to burn in hell and suffer. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Well, I
But
mean,
that's the struggle that I deal with. But at the end of the day, you gotta do what's right on your heart. You know what I mean? If you feel like God wants you to be there, be there. Do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? And I think by you doing what you're doing, some people you will change some people's lives. You know what I mean? Some people will be affected, they'll be encouraged, and they'll change, and some won't. And that's just kind of the truth. But you changed a lot of lives here. Look at all of us here. In my life, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'm grateful for that. So yeah, man, much love.
Lyric says, tonight I dealt with 3 motor vehicle accidents, all fatal, 3 different scenes. All the victims were left behind. Wow. Wow. Yeah, like Ant said, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. That's the last scene was young people in a vehicle just cruising and got hit.
And it's really difficult, especially when you have a job. Your job entails for you to see some of these horrific things. It's just not easy.
It's not.
I've worked in the operating room as a surgical tech for many years, and just the deaths alone, of the children and the young people that would come in with gunshot wounds, and it's just crazy, and you're right in the middle and in the thick of it. You know what I'm saying? But it's so crazy because when I look back on those times of working in the operating room, and we'd have a gunshot wound and someone would be rushed up to the operating room with their chest already wide open, ready for the surgeons to do whatever it is that they have to do. And I'm responsible to make sure that the surgeon has everything he needs to keep this person alive. Can you imagine? And so the adrenaline rush of it all, and so my mind would just click. It would just click into this mode of, I've got to do this. I would be traumatized by the event later, but during the process, it was like my mind was just key on, what does he need? Does he need a sponge? Does he need a debakey? Does he need a clamp? Well, I want to make sure that I have everything set up, while this person is on their way up to the OR. And so, yeah, man, this, and sometimes I look back and I say, well, wow, how did I deal with that? Because I'm retired now. But when I look back on many, many situations, and oh my God, I ask myself, how did you do that? How did you watch them go into cavities? How did you do that? And my thing was, I wanted to be a provider for my family, and at the same time, be of some service, So I do understand, the very first time that I had a kid pass away on us on the operating table, that was devastating to me. I broke down on the job. I had to stop for a minute because I had never witnessed that after trying so hard to keep somebody alive. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that I'm jaded, but I thank God for that man, I don't know what I could call it, but that strength that he gave me to be able to function and do that job, and so I'm very proud of my efforts, and I thank God for those opportunities.
Scorch, you want to add anything?
Nah, you can keep it moving. I'm just listening right now.
All right. We're going on with the video. Big Ant, you want to add anything, my G?
I think we just have the ability to Vaughn's point. Sometimes we just have the ability to compartmentalize in dire situations. I've dealt with people who have been shot, injured in different ways, throughout the years. And I always find it amazing that God gives us the benefit to be able to operate in trauma and not be affected by the trauma when we need to be. That's one of the things that I've noticed myself personally, where you're able to do the things kind of like what Vaughn was saying when he was helping out, and with his position when he's dealing with all kinds of manners of gruesome type situations. But it's amazing how a person can do what needs to be done and compartmentalize in a way that will get you out of the thick of things, or get the problem to be triaged or fixed or whatever it is, and then have the emotional piece hit you on the back end, because the whole deal is it is emotional, but it's a certain type of person, it's a certain type of individual that can easily flow from one to the other without having them to be fully combined, to be fully intermingled, that would give you that pause. You know what I mean? That you're dealing with the flight or fight response type of situation, and you're able to think in a way where it's get the things done. But at the end of it, you have this, when these emotions and stuff start, running back to you, and you start playing everything in your head, and it hits you, right? And it makes you think, and it makes you wonder, especially when it's, your child that's gotten injured, or a friend of yours that's gotten injured, or something that hits a little bit different and everything else compared to someone that you don't know out on the street. It can still be traumatizing, but the trauma doesn't overtake you, but you feel it on, I guess you could say you feel it on the back end. And it depends on how you handle it. When I look at this video, and you see these children that are in this situation, in this area, and they're just trying to be kids, man. They're just trying to live their life and be kids, but yet and still the realities of what's going on, the realities of what they see on a daily basis, where they know that today could be, in many ways, today could be my last day, but I don't dwell on today being my last. It could be my last day. I'm doing all of the stuff that I want to do, I need to do, and everything else. And I just try to make sure that I'm not around those people who, can get shot, or around these people that could, be a danger to me. But sometimes, danger comes looking. That's the case, as they say. So, but to be able to operate in that, and even though they know that they're in a bad situation, at this point in time, the situation does not rule their mind. Even though the trauma exists, even though things are happening, it doesn't rule their mind. It doesn't rule the way that they move. It will sooner than later, but at this point in time, you can still almost see like the innocence of the kids. So it's the coping mechanisms that we get, and even some of the coping mechanisms that that God has, ingrained within all humans for the most part, to be able to, in some case, not only deal with certain circumstances, but even overcome them, is a miracle unto itself.
Joseph says, we may only experience the things Lyric does on a weekly basis a few times in our life, if we're lucky. Your line of work is sadly both needed and hated in the very community you serve. Facts.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on with the video.
Right there, and then we just all ran. Like,
Do you ever have nightmares or think about that?
I can still see it sometimes.
That's pretty traumatic. You standing next to somebody and they just get hit like that. Is anybody still affected by that, or are you guys just kind of numb to that? Like, you know what? It happens. Okay, I'm glad it didn't happen to me. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it seems like you guys, it's not that traumatic to be like, it's not really affecting me, or it's like it's something I'm just keeping it out of my mind so it won't mess me up.
It's just like everyday life. That's the type of environment we're in. I still think it's wrong. Like at the end of the day, we're gonna feel it because we're human. But after a while, it's just like another person died, and like it's regular. It's like you adapt.
Our students.
Wow.
You got kids saying that. He's talking at a level of what we would speak. Like, you adapt, you cope. Like, he's using language that you wouldn't think a kid would have to use to describe these situations. You would just, they have their innocence, they just live out their lives, sunshine and roses, they're playing outside. No, he's using language that he's seen things that Lyric have seen, for example. So he's forced to have to use grown-up language, so to speak. Oh, coping, PTSD. Yeah, okay, that's what I've been going through. That's odd. They should be focused on school, right? Having fun, playing, learning about the world, but this is the way that they're learning about the world in such a violent way. You mentioned the environment. Yeah. And I learned the hard way that even if I take my family temporarily out of the environment, I realized if I become a father, they would have to stay out of that environment. I can't have them come in. This is why I don't agree with the whole parents co-parenting. One child living here, another child living. They send them off to the father, and the father send them back. They're back and forth because wherever they spend their time in the environment is going to shape a lot of their experiences. Very few kids come out of that environment and they might physically survive, but spiritually, it does something to them where they carry what they gathered from that environment everywhere they go. They take themselves wherever they go. It's very difficult to break whatever they absorbed and change those habits, that mindset, and adopt different experiences. So they take those experiences with them. That trauma follows them. You can't escape once you've seen and experienced it. So that's what I've learned in dealing with my cousin. I'm thinking, I just take him out. We go have fun and go get some sushi and let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go to the beach. And that was a temporary reprieve for him. But in my mind, I'm thinking, this should, it didn't do the trick. It didn't do the trick. And then we sit down, we talk. He had those memories. We talk about it. But then the reality sets in. But that's not my everyday life. That's not what I experienced on a day-to-day basis. My father wasn't at home. And there was only so much, Joseph, you could do being my cousin. And so I was like, okay, this single parent thing is not working. And the environment absolutely shapes a person's mentality and reality, whether we like it or not. Very few people come out of that and survive spiritually. They can be, I made it out. I made it out the hood. Yeah, but you're spiritually dead in a lot of ways that you may not even realize. You're emotionally traumatized from the things you've seen that you haven't dealt with yet. And for a lot of these kids, this may be their first time even talking about it to this extent. So for them, it's kind of like, that did happen. So they probably haven't even had a chance to sit down and talk to a psychiatrist. This is probably the first time they've actually spoke to anyone about the situation. So, that happened. Wow, yeah, you're right. Someone who actually came to school and cares. Someone that looks like us too. That helps, I guess. So they don't even know what a psychiatrist looks like, what therapy looks like. They just, this is just your day-to-day life. And someone came in and having a discussion. For them, even still, this is not enough. Because this is a report, a one-day report. They came in, they ask some questions, and they leave. They go back to wherever they came from and go on to the next report. Those kids still have to live with that because they don't have someone there constantly dealing with those emotions, those feelings. So they're only touching the surface level at this point. I can tell because I've been through it. I've seen it. So it's like, you just ask some questions. It's for a report. You touch their emotional hot buttons, and then you move on to the next story. These people aren't coming back to see how these kids are doing. They don't really care about them. For them, it's another soundbite. It appears as if they do. But it's just like, look at how bad things are going, and cry a few tears and then move on. All right, wrap it up. Wrapping up the wire, the camera crew. Let's go on to the next story. And these kids are still living with that story every single day. So.
It's crazy. But it's the truth. It's crazy. Wow. And while this is going on, Cats is talking about submission. Exactly. When our greatest commodity needs us most today. It's crazy.
I've witnessed boys and girls like 3 and 4 and 5 years old being killed right on our streets.
Father Stan Bosch is a Catholic priest, psychotherapist, and director of Sayers Gang Intervention Program. And he says many of the students show the classic symptoms of PTSD. Numbness, sleeplessness, traumatic flashbacks, and a constant feeling of anxiety.
The adrenaline is flowing, the cortisol that's flowing, the fight, flight, or freeze kind of reactions from our reptilian brain are operative all day long, really. You see it in our classrooms, you see it out on the basketball court, you see it on the street.
Yeah, that's what Lyric was talking about earlier.
Someone looks at these kids and they're like, oh, they're angry, or they're violent, or they're not interested in learning. Do you feel that some of the issues that these kids are accused of are in fact related to or are PTSD?
I believe that those kinds of characteristics are the symptoms of something deeper, of a deeper pain or wound. Why is somebody restless in the classroom and can't concentrate? There's all sorts of dynamics that are happening neurologically with that student or that youth. There's all sorts of things happening in the emotional state of one's body. The incapacity to find words for what I'm feeling inside has people reacting in violent ways.
Research by the U.
So basically, they can't, they can't articulate. This is what Joseph said. They can't articulate their feelings. They can't articulate, what's going on. They got so many different thought processes going in and out of their minds. They're young men and young women, man. We have hard times, figuring it out. How much more these young kids, and what did he say? I've seen 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? Deleted right in front of me. This is going on daily. Drugs being sold, molestation, all these different things are happening, man. And we're so caught up with trying to find, a submission that these kids are slipping right through the cracks. They're slipping right through the cracks. This is why all of us are up here. This is why everyone is here in the village. Because we're taking a stand and say no more. We're going to do as much as we can.
Yeah.
But these children need us, man. They need us.
U.S. Centers for Disease Control found more inner city children suffer from PTSD
Mute your mic.
than soldiers returning from. And in communities with high rates of sufferers, it can be.
There's somebody restless in a class.
Research by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found more inner city children suffer from PTSD than soldiers returning from war.
You hear that statistic? More inner city children suffer PTSD than military men and women. Wrap your mind around that. And even if and again, even if you look at it from a selfish perspective, and again, we don't, but even if you do, saving some of these kids may save your kid. Because that kid you save may be the kid that robbed you or robbed your kid. And that's a real messed up way to look at it. But damn, even if you look at it that way, get some skin in the game. You got skin in the game regardless. You got to walk these streets too. This affects us all. There isn't a person on this planet that it doesn't affect. It affects us all. So you would think it would behoove us to get in, right? Get our hands dirty. Get involved. Nah. It's crazy. You gonna say something, Joseph?
I don't know if this is the right way of thinking, but absorbing all of that energy from other people can do more harm. It can cause a lot of damage to someone because we also have our own lives to live and our own children to raise. So to go into these environments and you're dealing with all of these different entities individually and the kids themselves and whatever is on them and things that they've experienced, in a lot of cases, it will inevitably affect the individual who's dealing with that. And so it can cause a lot of trauma within the individual who's trying to deal with it in other individuals if they don't know how to they don't have the tools to equip themselves with, in a way, numbing themselves from it, shielding themselves emotionally from it so that they're not affected, so they can do their job most effectively. Like even Vaughn at some point after his first experience, in order to continue doing this job, he could not do that he could not have that emotional outlet every single time something happens that didn't go the way you would hope things would go. Otherwise, he would not have lasted as long as he did to do his job, whether it turned out good or turned out bad. I don't think a lot of people are equipped to even deal with something like that. I think the vast majority of people is kind of like, whatever's going on in my immediate environment, I can handle. But to like, quote unquote, go into the community, so to speak, and actually head on into it, it's like going into the battlefield. It's a lot of us aren't even equipped to deal with it, to handle it, to handle it. And we end up getting friendly fire as a result of that. And then what good does that do anybody? Because the vast majority of us are just not taught how to deal with it. You know, there's a training process. That's why they have boot camp before you go into service, before you go into the battlefield. They put you through the ringer. They put you through the process that you have. A lot of us don't have that. So then we have these idealistic views of I'm going to go into the community and I'm going to solve this problem. I'm going to do this and do that. But you're not grounded yourself, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And in some cases, physically. This gentleman here is walking on canes. I mean, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy output. And then that person in trying to help someone else ends up being affected themselves in a lot of very negative ways. So no one's being served. No one's being helped. It takes a very special individual to deal with it day in and day out and to come out themselves mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically intact. Very few people can. But I think a lot of people overestimate just how arduous of a task that is and what it would do to them. But in the moment, they're not thinking about themselves until it starts to affect them. It's like, oh, this is causing me issues in the job workplace. And this is causing issues within my own family. This is causing issues within myself. And then you can't help nobody because, as they say, when the gas mask or the mask comes down from the airplane, the plane's going down, they say you got to put your own mask on first. In order, you can't do nothing. You have to do it for yourself before you can do for anybody else. A lot of people, they put a mask on everybody else. They don't realize, I got to breathe too. So it's a selfish element to it, sure.
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I don't think it's selfish. I think it's making sure that you're evenly tuned so that you are able to be effective at what needs to be done. I don't think it's a selfish thought process, right? Because again, like you say, if I break down, if I'm no good to myself, that means I'm no good to anybody. So that's a healthy way, of seeing it. But and I hate using the word, but if we don't do it, who's gonna? This, you know what I'm saying? This ain't something that that the normal man or the normal person is gonna want to take up.
Mm-hmm.
This right here is a service, a thankless service at times. I mean, if you look at, listen, me and Big Ant was talking about this the other day. And I don't know if Ant remembers. If you look at, this is Let me see if I can find. Here it is. All right. So sacrifice. This is what we're talking about. Sacrifice, right? Matthew, the 12 disciples, was speared to death. Jude was stoned to death. Simon, he was sewn in half. Okay, this is for the word. John, he was boiled in oil, survived, and died in exile. Thomas, speared to death. James, stoned to death. Philip, crucified. Bartholomew, skinned alive and then beheaded. James, beheaded. Andrew, crucified on an X. Peter, crucified upside down. Absolutely, it's a sacrifice. They did it. Now, I'm not saying, code had fault. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, sometimes we have to put, safety to the wayside. Sometimes, depending on what the situation is and depending on where you are. Depends. But this, it depends. This is what the Father calls us to do. This is what he calls it. He did it for us. We need to do that. We need to do it for each other. Yeah. Just think about those guys that was crucified, bro. Sewn in half, boiled in hot oil. Come on, G. You put your toe in hot water, you like, ooh. This dude was boiled in hot oil, dipped in hot oil, my G. Come on, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I get your point. I do get your point because, again, like I said before, I'm no good if I'm no good if I'm not good to myself. So I get what you're saying, and you're right in what you're saying. If we don't do it, who will? Who is?
If we don't do it, who will?
Yeah. I remember I was watching
Now they
this.
say it starts at home, right?
Say it again.
So they say it starts at home, and I look at the situation. I'm thinking, man, there's so many people.
Yeah.
I would then. It's that's unfair because all these kids have parents, and all these parents know where they're sending their kids to these schools. And in some cases, it's just like, oh, it's all I can't afford to have them go anywhere else. But then it's like it's incumbent upon you, the parent, to if you're going to send them to a school like this, to be active, to be doing what these reporters who are not their parents are doing on a daily basis. So these you can't parent some. It's just too many of them.
But let me
It's
ask you a
just simply
question.
not possible.
But let me ask you this: what if the parents came out of the same thing? What if the parents, the cycle? When you listen, LA is gang world. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. Some people get out, some people don't. But what if the parents, went through the same thing? How about this? What if Christ said that? Where would we be? We can't focus on everybody. We can only focus on what we can focus on. That's it. I can't focus on the kids in Africa. I mean, if they come to the village, hell yeah, I can focus on them, but I can only focus on what's in my direct vicinity unless I, evangelize and come to one of y'all states and we get together and we go out into the street and, talk to these kids and whatever the situation is, then that's different, right? But if we look at it from that perspective, because that's a perspective to look at it. You're right. I mean, it's not like we can't, we have to look at everything. We have to think panoramically, right? So we have to look at every perspective. But here's the thing. What happens with that perspective is it makes you stagnant, it makes you not want to do anything. When you sit there and say there's too much, there's only 6 of us on stage. There's 8 billion people. What is 6 of us going to do for 8 billion people? There's 12 people in this room, in the village tonight. 12 people. What is 12 going to do for 8 billion? That's not our worry.
Yeah.
It's not for us to worry about. Christ will handle that. Our job is grab as many as we can grab. Do what we need to do. Handle what we need to handle, right? Control the controllables. Control what you can control. Anything else that's out of your control, give it to God. I mean, why? And this is easier said than done, but why get pissed off at something you can't control? Why get pissed off? Like, if you really look at this, we shouldn't be taking this personal at all. But because we love our people, because we love people,
Right.
period, we do.
And they look like us. These boys look like me.
But let's
So
go past.
I didn't,
Let's go past that.
Exactly. And it's compassion.
Let's go past.
We have to have some type of compassion, right?
Let's go past them looking like us. Let's go past, because right now in the hood, there's white, Asian, there's all nationalities in the hood now. It ain't just black. It ain't just black. It ain't just Latino anymore. There's Asians, there's Russians, there's Italians. There's so many different nationalities in the hood. But I get your point. I don't want you to think I don't get it. I feel your point. I feel your point. But the point of the matter is, again, remember, looking at that cup half full or half empty, again, is shaped by the experiences. You coined the phrase. It's shaped by the experiences in which that young man or young woman has gone through in their life. They're going to either look at that cup as being half full or half empty. Okay. Typically, when they go through something, you know how they're going to look at it? They're going to look at it half empty. That's how they're going to look at it typically. They're not going to look at what they have, right? They're not going to look at what they have in the cup, but they're going to look at, but it's still empty, still half empty. But my G, it's half full. There's a lot of people that don't have it half. They have a quarter of it. That you got what you got because you didn't have to get anything. That's the point. One of the morals of the Job story, you don't have to get nothing. All you need is me. Everything else is gravy. All you need is me. Seek ye the kingdom first, and all else shall be added to you. All you need is me. Once I got you, don't worry about anything else. I got you. But you see, what we do, we worry, right? Even when the Lord took Israel out of Egypt, said, "Yo, B, we need to eat, Moses." Lord, rain manna down. He said, "Don't save nothing for tomorrow, man. Just eat today. Take what you can. Don't save anything." Cats was still saving. Embrace the grace is here. Cats was still saving. Because why? They didn't trust the Lord. So it goes into the relationship that we talk about all the time, right? We talk about here all the time. Your relationship with God is important because that relationship that you have with Him is going to frame the thought process in how you uh, 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 figure things out, how you move, right? Like it's like if I have total faith that you guys are straight, right? I believe you guys are here.
Bolo, your mic is low.
Yeah,
Is that
I was trying to tell him in the chat, but
you know what I'm saying? So if I know that
There you go.
you five guys are good. You five guys are good. The reason why I know that you five guys are good is based off the relationship that I have with each and every one of you. That's how I know. And I stand firm on that. Now, again, we're not perfect. We're going to slip. That still doesn't change the thought process that I have of you guys. I always got to give you that grace and that human element to you failing because I'm human, right? We're all human. But then if I have John come up here and I don't know John, I'm going to have different plan A and plan B. So if I call all you guys and y'all like, I can't make it. And I holler at John, yo, John, can you be there? Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I don't know if John's gonna be there. So just in case if John's not gonna be there, man, I'm probably gonna call 2 or 3 other people to make sure that they're there. Now, I have that relationship with John because of what John does. It helps me to frame my thought process on how I move in the world. So when I call John, yo, I need you to be there. I'll be there, Bolo. All right, cool. So when the Lord tells you, yo, you need to have a relationship with me, and I got you. When you have that relationship with him, again, that doesn't mean that you don't worry. Worry is a good thing at times, right? It makes you prepare. But you're not going to pull your hair out. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't going to pull your hair out. So we got to look at the cup half full. Why? Because that's the perspective to look at it from. If you look at it half empty, you're going to sit right there on the corner or take your basketball and go home. That's what you're going to do. So, again, we're looking at it from the outside, right? And we're looking at these young children. We're like, damn. But cup half full, they still here. So there's still a chance. But you can only reach who you can reach. Joseph can't do everything. You know what I'm saying? Then we wouldn't need each other. So this is the point of going to these other channels and telling them, yo, wise up, guys. You dudes are talking about Christ and talking about God, cursing at each other. Talking about, I'm going to see you, send me your address. I'm going to come over there and we going to box. Like, dog, how old are you? 56 years old, threatening a 25-year-old. Are you serious? Come on, man. Instead of coming against these young brothers, we should be forming alliances with these young brothers. We should be having these young men and young ladies come to Christ first. Because from that example that we give them, because of the example we follow in him, right? Their reach. Now our reach go out further. Now that 20 kids you couldn't reach, they reach. And it just multiplies like that. It just continues to multiply. And those that the Lord wants are the ones the Lord will get. Remember, the Lord ain't coming back for the whole planet. Remember that. But we don't know who he's coming back for. So we have to talk to the whole planet. So it's not an easy thing, bro. It's not an easy thing. Because you have to remember, bro. Remember, when you were young and your life could have been taken and someone was there for you. Again, It's not easy. You know what it's like? You ever you ever call up one of those big companies and maybe you lost a package or something, and when you get to that one person and they say, "Tell me, what happened?" and you have to explain what happened, and then they transfer you because they tell you you're in the wrong department, and then you have to tell a story all over again, and then they transfer you, and then you have to tell a story all over again, then they transfer you, and you have to tell a story all over again. How do you think I feel when I'm on these panels? Like I gotta rev up and go through the same thing all over again. Like, damn, bro. When they get it, when it happens to them. And that brings me to there was a Twilight Zone, and y'all probably remember it, where the people were going around getting signatures, but for the nuclear dismemberment of the missiles. And this one dude was like, "Man, whatever, man, get out of here with that." So the next day, and I'm paraphrasing it. The next day, um, you have that alarm, and he had the power to say freeze, and when he would say freeze, everything would freeze. So he says freeze, and you realize that when he said it, the bomb was right about to hit the ground. So he can't just say unfreeze because he had that power too. So if he says unfreeze, it's too late. So somehow he runs up on the 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 paperwork to sign, like they were going around taking signatures. His signature was the last signature they needed to disarm all the nuclear weapons. So what does that tell you? That tells you that we got to get involved. That's the moral of the story. We got to get involved. Now, how much you get involved, that's up to you in your relationship with Christ, right? The more, the way I see it is the more you're into Christ, the more you're going to get involved to what capacity you have and what you have to spare. Because a lot of, different people have different things going on. So, I can't critique how much you have to spare opposed to what, Vaughn has to spare. I'm just happy for the help. I don't care if you're here for an hour. We're going to get busy for that hour. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have to be here. So thank you. Cup half full. Opposed to me sitting down and going, Joseph only here for an hour. That dude knows I need him for 5 hours.
Yeah. Usually we're here till the wheels fall off, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to complain, brother. You here for 1 hour. You didn't have to be here. Thank you for being here. You could have been any place else on the planet, but you chose to be here today. Thank you for that. That's what's important to me. That's what's important to me. You know what I'm saying? So again, it goes on the relationship that you have with the Father, man. It's not an easy one. It's not an easy one, but it's the one we got. So anybody else got anything they want to say? Grace, link in the I'll put the link. If you want to come up, please, sis. Anything anybody else want to say before we continue the video?
I think. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. With these kids, I think what some of them may be going through, or at least what I've gone through, is some level of some form of survivor's guilt on some level, like that one girl that was shot in the arm. But who knows how many countless other someone else might have been hit and they didn't survive. So I think some of them deal with that too. It's why me, why them, or why not me, and why not them? Why am I still here? You know, as opposed to my brother or my cousin or these individuals I saw drop right in front of my eyes. We were all being shot at. But why am I still here, and why am I having to deal with this? This level of emotional grief and trauma and turmoil of questioning your own existence. Because even in times where I've seen the outcome after many years have passed of family and friends, we all grew up in the same environment. They were grew up in a different situation. Maybe they didn't. A lot of them didn't grow up with a father. That's a big one. That's a really big one. So there are times where I've looked back and said, well, and then I think like, well, if that one thing just wasn't there, could have easily been out there selling, instead of the candy and chips I did sell, crack and weed. Same exact thing they were selling. So it's like, why? That's a weird. I don't know. I don't know if I even been able to compartmentalize that, even still yet, because I see the outcomes. I didn't see it then. It's just like, oh yeah, well, is that not normal to have your dad and all? Is that not normal to have a stable family? No, it wasn't normal. It's normal to me. That's how it's supposed to be. But it's strange being in your late 20s, 30s, still wrestling with that's, and you see how their lives turned out versus how your life turned out, the blessings that you have and the same, and like, what do I do with this? Now, obviously the answer would probably be, well, you give back. You give back. You go back into the communities and you teach them these things. And then when you make the attempt to do so, you see that it's not reaching the way that you hoped it would. They're not grasping onto the concepts the same way. So now it's like you're fighting a brick wall in a lot of cases. Like I said, in spite of my efforts and doing a lot of different things to try to elevate or have someone get to a certain level or position in life, and they're not receiving it, so you feel like a failure. So then it makes you, at least makes me double down. Something like, well, why do I get it? So why do I get it? Why am I here? Wouldn't it be easier if I was where they were at, so I can relate to them more? And should I be where they're at, or should I try to pull them up to where I'm at? Because me trying to pull them up to where I'm at so they can be better and further in their life, it's not working. So
Meet
would
them
it be
where
fair
they're
to meet them?
Meet them.
That's the word.
That's the answer. You meet them where they're at. Because again, you hit the needle on the head, because I was going to tell you. I tell this story all the time about the wheelchair cat. I was giving advice to a friend of mine that's in a wheelchair, and it felt like I was offending him. It felt like that, right? I put myself in a wheelchair for 3 hours. I understood totally the way I gave it to him was off. It was offensive. It wasn't something I was doing purposely, but it was just off. So seeing things from 3 feet high every day, I just did it for 3 hours. This is what he does every day, right? It puts a different perspective so that you know how to deliver the message to them. That's what about getting understanding is. When the Lord tells you get knowledge, get wisdom, but all that getting get understanding, the delivery mechanism, how to be empathetic and sympathetic towards the people that you're giving this wisdom of the Lord to, this gospel, knowing how to distribute the word to perspective A and perspective B. Sometimes you might be able to, knock 5 birds out with 1 stone. But then you get this one person here that, damn, he ain't getting it. All right, let me try a different way. I mean, when you and I talk, how many different examples do I give you when you and I talking? It's the same way. And even after I give you those examples, you may say, Bo, I still don't see it. All right, brother. Well, listen, I don't got any more. So let's just revisit this tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And I'll meditate on it. You meditate. And maybe the Lord will give you the increase. You might watch a television show and bam, it may come to you. I don't know. But we got to leave room for the Father to come in. A lot of the times that's what we do. The Lord tells you, let him work. We keep opening the convection oven to see him working. And when we do that, all that does is prolong the time. Let him work. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's very important. It's very important for, just these kids knowing that someone is there is enough at times. Just knowing that they're not alone. Just knowing I can pick up the phone and call Joseph. SB in the building. All the way from South Africa, SB in the building.
Bang, 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 bang.
Thank you. I hope you and Mr. Boss is good. You know what I'm saying? So just knowing that you have someone on the other line, that you're not alone, that you could pick up that phone and holler. Just knowing that gives you that strength to carry on. A lot of these dudes, I started watching Band of Brothers. Anybody ever seen Band of Brothers?
I like the newest one,
that was good.
Masters of the Air. I actually like that one more than the last two. They came
Yeah,
out.
Band of Brothers is fire, dog. Fire. So any of you guys who haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's about World War II. Watch it. It's fire. It's fire, right? So with Band of Brothers, what's good about it is the realism that's in it, right? The realism. So a lot of these dudes, what kept them going was knowing that they had something to come back home to. You know what I'm saying? Remember Big Ant, that dude that had the chick and she was writing to him, she'd put smelly things on the letters, and then he gets the letter, the last letter, she's leaving him to go date somebody else or marry somebody else. It broke.
Yeah, broke him up, man.
Broke him up. To the point where, and you know what the crazy thing is? Everybody tapped in. There was nobody there to say, come on, brother, don't worry about it, B. Everybody else, they chicks left them too. So everybody's like, these women, blah, 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 blah. It gave you something to hold on to, right? Something to live for. I got a family to go home to. You know what I'm saying? I got a woman that I'm such and such. So when they would get those letters they would have near and dear to themselves, man. And you know what they did too that really broke my heart? They would write their families letters just in case they passed, and they would give it to each other. So just in case, if you make it, give my mother this letter.
Yep.
Yo, it's crazy, man. It's really crazy. But the Father's gonna send us where the Father's gonna send us. Like he got SB in South Africa, brother. Got in South Africa. Why? There's something that he got her down there doing. Her and her husband. They down there to do something. And again, when we get besides ourselves, you're like, yo, these dudes don't want to listen. You know how many prophets said that? Some hard-headed dudes, man. These cats ain't gonna listen, man. Just do what I'm asking you to do. I could have said the same thing when I laid on the cross for you, right? I could have said, man, these cats is hard-headed. I didn't do that. I didn't do it. And plus, it's none of your business. Just do what I'm tasking you to do. That's our problem. We worried about too many things, opposed to worrying about what he has set for us to do. But I get your point, bro. When you see this, and that's why I said there's only one counselor. All these kids, and these are the kids that got issues. Like they said, these are the kids that got issues. Where do you put the kids that got issues? You put them in the middle of Death Alley. Wow.
It's crazy.
You put them in the middle of Death Alley. Make this make sense. Please. It doesn't. Doesn't make sense at all.
It's almost like they're cannon fodder. It's like just throw them there, let these kids handle. They'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out. Absolutely.
Someone's making these decisions, and
Yeah.
it's whoever's sending these kids to they don't care. But you made a point. that, well, what about the parents? And they had the same situation. Then they breed kids who then themselves go through similar or in most cases worse situations. So it's like, well, you're talking about like it just breeds itself.
You know
It
what
breeds
Ant said?
the mindset, not just the people.
You know what Ant said, Joseph? Was 100%. It looks like what they're doing, they're compartmentalizing all the kids that have trouble in one place, and they're keeping them
Oh,
from all the other
yep.
schools that might have bread or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look at the inner city, you look at it, what are they? Mostly Black and Hispanic.
Yep.
You might see an Asian sprinkled in there someplace or whatever, but it looks like they're compartmentalizing. Because why would you put the most troubled kids in the middle of Death Alley, my G? Why would you do that? Why do you have a school in the middle of Death Alley?
In the first place, yeah.
You would be like, "Hey, there's too many people dying here. Let's move the school. Let's move it."
It's not about moving the schools. It's not about the kids. It's about policies.
Say it again, please. Yeah. Please say it again.
It's not about the kids. It's not about the schools. It's the policies. Y'all must remember this. Anything could have, you look at how much, this is why I am very much so not a big fan of the Department of Education. The Department of Education literally gets close to 35% of all tax money. Okay? So it's enough money to do everything that every school needs to have done. If it was really truly about educating the kids, if it was really true about seeing kids prosper, if it was really true about all of these different things, it would be done. It doesn't have anything to do with the kids. The kids are a pawn in this game that's being played. That's what the kids are. The schools are just locations to put the pawns. That's it.
Yep.
It's
like that's what I was alluding to, but I didn't know how to. I didn't know there was like I didn't think of the political aspect. When I said cannon fodder,
hold on a second.
You pointed to that.
Yeah, it's not even. Keep this in mind. This is not a political thing either. If it was a political thing, one would be doing versus the other. If it was really both sides so against this and this and this, then one side would be fighting tooth and nail for it. Yeah, and the other one would be fighting so far against it. Yeah, it would be such a clash. It would be such a clash of the titans. And the deal is, one side would win because one side technically has more money. The other side has the culture. And that's the difference. So all of these things, if you want it, you trying to tell me you have enough. I want y'all to just understand this. You trying to tell me you have enough money to be able to feed kids in the summertime, breakfast and lunch, but you can't get them out of the 5th grade correctly, the 4th grade correctly, the 3rd grade correctly, graduating them from high school correctly. None of that can be done, but you can give every kid a laptop, but yet and still they can't read. Yet and still they're coming out of high school on a 5th grade reading level. They're coming out of high school on a 2nd grade reading level. You have money to build stadiums in some cases for high schools, stadiums that rival college stadiums. And you trying to tell me that only half your class of seniors will pass if it wasn't for no kid left behind foolishness? Come on, bro. It's not about that. It's about you doing exactly what you have. all of the kids that you see on that screen right now, there's probably only going to be about one of them that get out.
Yep. Oh, damn. I ain't
Look
wanna
at
say
all of the kids on that screen right there. There's only going to be one that gets out.
in that one room. Yep. Maybe two.
They are going right now. It looks like they're going through the setup of metal detectors coming in and out. It looks so third world that it's not even funny. So you can't sit there and say, again, you can't sit there and say that these things here that are happening, that are in front of you, in front of your very eyes, that we need to have more money thrown at it, or we need to have this thrown at it. We need to have this more of this, resources or whatever else thrown at this situation. This has nothing to do with this. This is about power. This is about control. This is what this is about. We want you to be workers. We want you, and if you can't be a worker and contribute, then we will put you somewhere if you're so quote unquote too much of a danger to society. And we will put this, and we will keep this whole thing, this whole situation going. The culture of what it is. It has nothing about the culture. It tells you that this is a culture problem, because what you see in front of your screen right now, right? You would not have seen. You don't see this in other parts where it is other areas where quote unquote black and brown kids. You don't see the huge crime rates. You don't see people getting mowed down on the daily and kids having to fly off their blocks and everything else and run for their lives and hit the ground and everything else because somebody just come driving up and spraying. There are other black and brown locations that are equally as poor, and in some cases even more so, where the crime rate is not that high. But yet and still, in these bastions of civilization, in these bastions of progressive movements of making kids better, they have the worst culture. So until you're able to get into a point where the mindset of the people change, right? They will continue to do what they are being set up to do, which is be the sheep, be the ones that are controlled, and controlled willingly, because they're waiting for someone to save them instead of them being in that spot where they can save them, doing things to save themselves.
Yeah, let's welcome Lyric up here. I know she probably don't got that much time, but hey, Lyric, how you doing?
Hey, Larry.
Hey, everybody, I'm good. And you had finally said it, Anthony. And how are you doing, Wiseman, and everybody else? Initially, when schools were set up, they were set up to train children to work in factories. Education came in many moons after, but schools were originally set up to like have factory workers because factories were popping up everywhere. And I think now the biggest things is that a lot of those ideations and ideas from back in the days, they're still adopted, because we cannot forget about the things that the clinicians are doing in the experiments and stuff that they used to run, and they no longer have, I apologize for my mic, and they no longer have spaces where they can just take people's children and do all these experiments. So now a lot of the experiments are being done in the lower income areas, because number one, the parents aren't paying attention, and the students are, they're going through so many emotional traumatic things that it's easy to experiment on their minds. And so a lot of the things and a lot of the information that the clinicians are receiving now, they're coming from the inner city children, because that's where they can go to conduct all these different studies and this different research and take it back to the universities and the Mayo clinics.
Correct. 100% correct. That is your modern day Tuskegee experimentation.
It's crazy, son.
So
This is
for
crazy.
everyone, for everyone that screams about the government loves you and they're here to take care of you and they have your best interests at heart and all of these other different things, yeah.
They do not. They absolutely do not. But then here's where, we come in. I mean, we can sit around, and powwow about the conspiracy theories and be very hyper aware of what's going on, with our government and discuss it all day long. But if we do not fall to our knees and if we don't ask God to put a hedge of protection around not only the teachers but the students as well, then we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, because we very much know that, the prince of the air, he's been given his task, and he's going to do it regardless, of what anybody thinks or how anybody feels. He's not playing Nintendo all the time. There's things that he's
Nope.
doing. And so we have to, stop talking about a lot of things and actually be about it. The Bible says pray without ceasing, and that means at all times. And a lot of people are like, oh, I just can't, be on my knees praying all the time. But when you are walking and talking with God, it's a daily thing. It's constantly in your mind. And praying for these children and praying for these schools, there's no better therapy than prayer. There's no better therapy than the reading beautifully curated love letter. And we have to continue to and continue to let people know that he's always moving, he's always talking, and he's always listening.
Bang, 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 bang.
And to your part, you started to see that there was a school district over in I believe it was in Louisiana that did exactly that. I don't know if you guys heard about that or whatever, but men of the community start showing up every day. They started showing up every day, and they would pray at the schools, and then they would be a presence at the schools. So none of this foolishness was happening, where this crazy violence and the crazy this, that, and the third that they were having all before. All that stuff all of a sudden magically disappeared. Right.
Yeah, because they pulled Moses and them on them. What did Moses say
Yes.
when they went up to Sinai? Listen, I'm not going anywhere until you come with me. If you don't come, I ain't going. And I think
That's
that we all forget about adopting that attitude. Once we stepped outside of his presence, we need to realize that we're not covered. And if we're not covered and we're going to do things, it's one thing to talk, a good game and to sound intelligent, but who cares about the intelligence that comes from, let's just go on ahead and throw it out there, Satan. I want that as spiritual intelligence. I want to know that God has got my back like he said he would have, because he did say he would have it, but it's us that walks away from him. It's not him that walks away from us. So we've taken so much of him out of everything. These conversations that are being had online, people going to work, we've taken him out of our marriages, we've taken him out of, just that understanding of our children. So many of our children are growing up and questioning if God even exists because of the things that they're, hearing in schools and things of that nature. So they rather go with, oh, a God doesn't exist, and I can just be spiritual. What does it mean to be spiritual, though? How are you going to say that God doesn't exist but you're spiritual? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. But
And so we have to start being examples. I remember, when my parents would just, they were always praying. They were always walking through the house. And at first growing up, I was like thinking that they were crazy. I'm like, who are they talking to in the middle of the night all the time? Like, what is going on? But when you get older and when you understand, how, you have to talk to him. You have to stay in a relationship with him, because when you go to these schools and you see all this stuff that's going on, it is absolutely heartbreaking. And the things that, you know, Joseph was talking about earlier in the video that Bolo was showing, it's sad, because it's like God is so far removed from everybody's heart, and all this trauma is going on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
No, you
Corner
can't.
22 is 1023.
And before she comes back, I want to say real quick to Sedenia Vega, God bless your heart. That's what I have to say to you. God bless your heart, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I worked in the educational system. I worked in the educational system. I saw good teachers. The majority of them are not. The majority of them, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you ever wanted a job where you could skate,
Bye,
and
guys.
all right, have a great one, Luke. Be careful. But if you ever wanted a job where you can skate and not have to work on your craft and still get paid, it's being a teacher. It really is. And being an administrator in the educational system. I've been there. I worked there. I saw what happened. I've worked in a few, saw what happened. There are good teachers in the educational, quote unquote, educational system. They are looking out for the best, the best piece for the kids. They want the kids to learn. They want the kids to be able to gain knowledge and understanding and wisdom. They do. But the fact of the matter is, those are far in between. Had good friends who were teachers. They were far and in between. And the reason why is because, for the simple fact that it's not about the children anymore. It's not about giving the children the knowledge that they need, the understanding that they need, and helping them to develop critical thinking and wisdom like they needed to early on. No, they don't do that now. And that's why you have all of these different crazy things that are happening about them learning all of this crazy stuff that has no reason and no need to be taught within the school systems nowadays. They are the biggest. The majority of the people that are in the education system never worked in business. They never worked outside of the educational system. They went from college straight to the educational system. They don't know anything about how the economies work. They don't know anything about how government works overall. They don't know it. They are completely ignorant of it. And because of that, they are one of the biggest mismanagement of funds and resources that exist. They are. I've seen it. I've seen the wasteful spending. I've seen all of the programs and stuff that will help no one at all, right? But they do it because they fall under the guise of everyone is good and everyone is not good. And because they fall under that, they are gullible. They are very gullible people. And so you will see things happen, and they will join their school boards, and they will be the superintendents, and they will be these vice superintendents, or whatever case you want to be, of whoever's running the school. And you'll see one leave and another one come in, and the one that left went to the one where the other one was, and they just almost like circle the 50 states and put themselves into certain areas, especially in areas like you see there on screen. So yes, I've seen the wasteful spending. I've seen the school district literally. I was in the room, literally in the room, and saw them literally drop $2 million to refurbish seats in a stadium for a football team, literally, that proverbially had a 5 to 6 win season, and it had been that way for 30 years. But yet and still, new stadium was built. Yet and still, the new stadium was built and then turned around and was then refurbished, so that of course people could be comfortable when they go and watch the team only win 5 games. And then it wouldn't be used for anything else for the most part.
Oh man, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but yet and still,
That's
you had
crazy.
a graduation rate of you literally had a graduation rate. Ugh, finally got it out, of 55%.
Half?
55%.
No, come on, brother.
55%.
And that went unnoticed?
It didn't go unnoticed. It was known.
Wow.
Again,
crazy.
Just if you don't believe me, go to where you are right now. Go to where you are right now. The city that you live in. It's public records. Go pull them up. Go look into go to some of those school board meetings. Get a copy of their budget. Get a copy of their of the spending that was done, and look where the money went. Look at anybody can get it. Nobody chooses to. It's public record stuff. But go see where that money is getting spent. Look where it goes.
Yeah.
Kid you not. Kid you not.
The only reason why I made it out of my public school, elementary was cool, middle and high school, special high school, is because, and I took it for granted at the time. Again, I thought it was normal. But when you come back home to a library of books, and you're thinking, I'm reading at a level that is above and beyond. Why am I in ninth grade, but the kids in my class in ninth grade are reading like they're fifth? It was I'm having flashbacks. I'm sorry, but it was just like strange. I'm coming into ninth grade, and I'm thinking like, oh, I'm going ninth grade. It's a higher education.
Yep.
And yet I'm realized it was odd when you hear kids going, the trees, the sound it out.
Yep.
Play. I'm thinking, huh? I said, okay, that's an isolated incident. Okay, I get it. Maybe 1 or 2 kids fall behind. Then I started each kid. It was progressively getting worse or mildly better, but not. I'm like, it's not even at. I was just so confused, and I would go home to my father and say, well, why? He said, well, why do you think I do what I do? I said, do what? I have all these books. He just had a library of books in the home. And he would sit down and make me read, sit down and make me type, sit down, all these different skills that I've used to make a lot of money and have a great career just in writing alone. But because of my verbal skills, getting jobs, especially being Black, there's a certain way you have to present yourself. They like to hear you speak with a certain vernacular. And so if you're going to go into these jobs talking like you're from the hood, they can look at you and say, okay, thank you, nice to meet you next. But it's how you can verbally present when you become an adult. These are things you don't know that you need until you become an adult. It's like, oh, so at ninth grade, it just 10th grade, 11th grade. So I'm just talking about the reading comprehension level was abysmal. Just reading language, spelling things out, knowing how to communicate was lacking. This is high school, public.
Yes.
The only reason I made it out, my real graduation, was my father being there the whole time to make sure I got the math, the things that not I'm not talking about math like algebra, all these things you don't use in real life. I'm talking about money, counting, how to count
There
money,
you go.
how to deal with money, taxes. These are things I didn't know. I'm thinking like, why is my father teaching me something opposite of what the school is? So I decided, because I spent more time at home, that was what my father told me. He countered everything that I was taught or that wasn't taught in high school. And that's what made me, that's why I got to where I'm at now in terms of just like career aspirations, goals, the mindset, the emotion, everything flowed from what my father did. Now he was a flawed man, but oh my God, if it was just between me and the school system and I had to rely on the school system to teach me everything that I knew about how to deal with life and having actual life skills, not this random social studies. History? What is it? What the hell? What is that going to do with helping you get a job or have a 6-figure career or have any sort of life skills? How to deal with women in a responsible way? How to have relationships with people? That does nothing. So you come out of high school thinking like, oh, they taught me everything I need to know. And then some people extend it to college and they come out of college and they still messed up because they don't
Well,
teach you life skills.
and that was going to be my point. How many people, how many athletes, for example, that you know of that go to college, they get a degree in communication, but they can't speak well. They get a degree in communication, but they can't. You see what I'm saying? It is, the whole system is flawed. The whole system is not any good. When you look at how education started within here in the United States, education started basically in churches. It was churches, and you went to a certain grade, and after you got to a certain grade, depending on whether because you got to remember a lot of the early especially here in America, a lot of the early sessions for everything was mostly what would be considered, I put it like this, the education they were getting then would be considered, basically equivalent to our high school in certain cases, right? But there was reading comprehension, there was mathematics, there was civics, and there was history, because the reason why history was taught, and just like anyone would tell you, because as the phrase goes, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So you go in and you look at what worked and what didn't work. And then once you saw that, then you were saying, okay, based on this presupposition here, and based on the things that we know and the facts and the things that we have gathered from here, we know that we should not do this and we should not implement. The reason why things are happening that you see today right now is because history technically is not being taught. Neither is civics. So as many people scream, well, we're in a democracy. That goes to show you just how much civics is being taught in today's day and age.
Oh no, Democratic Republic, isn't it?
Constitutional Republic.
Yeah,
we are. Constitutional Republic is what we are. But because they don't understand that, they don't know the structure of, it was never supposed to be a federal government top down to local. It was always supposed to be local up to federal. And because people don't understand that, they messed up. So that's why you have what you have on the screen, is because it's supposed to be local, then state, then fed. Not fed, then state, then local. We got things flowing the wrong way. Yeah. So then you see, I even learned this year through articles, I researched how Black girls are treated with a you should know better mentality, because they're expected to be more mature early on at the elementary level. I will even say that that's not just Black girls. They kind of do that with all girls, but they do put an emphasis on Black girls. That is truth. That is truth. And because of that, you see things happen that don't line up. She also said, when I was talking about the stuff a little bit earlier, she goes, that's real. When people like Brett Favre use welfare funds for building a volleyball stadium, yes. That, again, the biggest mismanagement of resources and funds that is out there right now. You could not run an audit on any, and I would go out on the limb and put money on it. You cannot, unless this school district is super tiny, but you cannot go to any major school district in the US and see that their books are clean, that their books are purpose and just straight down the middle where they should be and everything else. You will see all kind of crap. It's one of the reasons why some of the highest insurance that's being paid right now is from school. It's from schools. It's teachers. Teachers pay the highest insurance rates, period, because of who they are and how they're always out sick. Always. but they are, but by far the majority of teachers are also the most unhealthy, because if you go to a school, you will see that the one thing that they do is the majority of them are obese and overweight.
Now
Not
you think that
morbidly obese, not morbidly obese, but they are obese, overweight. There is the health structure in there is very small.
So, Brother Ant, you're saying that they have the highest insurance rates, but then they get paid less. They have some of the lowest.
No, because individually their insurance is free. Their insurance costs more when they start attaching people to it.
Okay, got you.
So don't, and here's the deal: don't go with, and I hate to say it, and whoever I offend, I'm sorry, right? The majority of teachers who are teaching, right, are getting paid. That's why they go to the more affluent school districts, because the majority of those school districts keep an eye on their money so that they can use it to do all kinds of things with. But the people that are normally running that little area in there, some of them have business backgrounds. Most of your inner cities and stuff like that, most of the inner city areas or big cities, they don't. Some of the affluent areas, they don't. But there are some that will, for example, they will hire a guy, for example, they will hire a person and put them in as a director of finance. They will go out and hire a person who was an accountant or who was a finance person who, you know, had a degree in finance. And I worked in, even if I was a low level accountant or if I ran a department, they will go and they will hire that guy. Most other school districts won't do that. They will go and hire the social studies teacher who applied for the job and put them in charge of finance. They are always good about promoting from within. Young teachers that come in always go to the worst schools, especially in inner city. They always go to, for the most part, they always go to the worst schools. And that way they will either get burned out and leave, because what kids have found out is that there is no, that's why I'm saying this is a culture thing. What kids have found out now is that there is no consequence for any of their actions. You can probably point at that screen that we're looking at right now, and this is why I say this is a culture thing. You can probably point at this screen right now, and you can probably just, out of all of the kids that are on that screen, probably about, I would say about half of them would have been in the principal's office at least 3 times this week.
Yeah, because I'm underneath the insurance, like what you just said. I'm a school bus driver, but they put me as a teacher, even though I'm a school bus driver. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to drive the kids. I'm Ubering kids, but yet you put a teacher on me. And then, like you said, like even though it's low, I'm still paying for it now. I just switch over, but you know, you're right. The car insurance low. Like I only paid $150 for a truck. I'm like, wow, that's great. But you know, but they put me under this catalog, and I'm like, wait a minute, I only did it 3 years. But you're right. They had me. I had a number of girls. Then the next 2 years, they shipped me to the bad boy school because I'm a man. I'm like, yeah, but you're right.
That's that. I've been there. I've seen it. I know. Right. I was the guy that I didn't have to be in the classrooms and listen to a teacher teach. Right. I was the proverbial fly on the wall because I was in charge of and that's why I can tell you they waste money, because I was in charge of IT department.
Of course. Yeah.
So I was the proverbial fly. I was the proverbial fly on the wall. I would have myself and my guys go out to go do certain projects and jobs and everything else. And it's stuff that there are so many grants that are being brought that get brought in for the schools and everything else. I'm telling you, when I tell you it's like finding a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's like finding a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You could technically lack for nothing. They were replacing stuff that was like 2 years old to be cutting edge. They were replacing stuff that was 2 years old. It was wild, but yet and still, they would bring in people and flip people through and everything else. And one person would come in. It was almost like, really and truly, it kind of reminded me of that whole setup with the schools, kind of reminded me of when you look at the books of like First and Second Kings, First and Second Chronicles. That's what it reminded me of. You had one king that did what was right in the sight of the Lord, and the people prospered, and this, and this. But the king that came after him did evil in the sight of the Lord. Or the king that came after him did more evil than the king that was before him in sight of the Lord. And the people suffered. The people did all this crazy stuff and everything else. That's the epitome of most school districts. You might get one guy that comes in and cleans up and say, oh, we're going to be on this. We're going to be on our P's and Q's. We're going to make sure that these kids are doing this. There's going to be consequences. That's going to be this. And all of a sudden the school will start thriving. And then he'll get offered a job somewhere else to come and turn their school system around. And then the person they bring in will come in and say all of the right things, but he will be straight evil. He will be just worthless. And everything would just implode on itself. I kid you not, man.
I got State Farm being mad at me because I know the system. I switched the system. They got mad at me and cussed me out because I found a better way out. And I'm like, why are you getting mad? Because I used to pay $250 for my insurance. Now I pay $150, like what you just said, because the obesity problem. But it was so weird because I used to pay all this money. Now I found another way.
Yep.
I was wondering why y'all get mad at me?
Yeah, one of the things, another thing that happens.
Then there was a Pharaoh. Then there was a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph.
Not Joseph. Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
But see, when people tell me, and I just want you guys, this is just how it goes, right? I know this happens down in Texas. I know it also happens up here in Oklahoma, right? I know both spots. I know it happens in both spots. Okay. So when people tell me, for example, that teachers need to get paid more money, I ask the question, for what?
For what?
And they get mad at me, but I kind of like try to break it down. I say, what do you need? So for example, here's the deal. The majority of teachers, again, like I said, there are good teachers. There are some good teachers. I'm not painting everybody with a broad brush. I'm just talking about the environment. I'm just talking about what I know. I still have friends in education. They still call me and tell me, you remember so and so. You remember this, remember that. Yeah, we still have those talks, right? Here's what I know. Every semester, there are, and this is, I just gave you 2 states, okay? Every semester, depending on where you are, the average year for school is not January through December. It's not. It's June through May. That's the year. Okay. The majority of teachers do not work in the summer unless they need money. Most teachers only get paid for 9 months of work. They only get paid for 9 months of work. In other words, they will get paid basically for the school year. They won't get paid for the summertime unless they work in the summer. Unless they work summer school or something like that, or they set up and they do specific training and stuff like that, they'll get, some of them will give them stipends and some of them will work during the summer. Now, here's the kicker. And this is where people don't understand. And they say, well, the teachers are not getting paid, blah, blah, blah. So you can take what you make from this whole school year. Remember, most of the time they don't start getting paid since they have, depending on when they actually start letting them go to school, start working at the school. Normally that's about end of July, first week of August, right? So for example, they don't get paid for 365 days a year. They get paid for like 280. Okay. They get paid for like 280 days, or some of them get paid for 220 days. It depends on where you are, what's your tenure, all this other stuff, how long you've been working there. It all depends. Now you can structure your contract because they have contracts that they work under. So the teachers can structure their contract to work and to get paid from June to May. Or they can say bump that, which will pay them their salary over all 12 months. Or you can just get your salary for 9 months and just don't get paid in the other 2. Well, you get paid for 10 months. You don't get paid for the other 2, basically. You don't get paid for 60 days, basically. So you have that. So
my heart really goes out to all of those people who are in that educational system.
Yeah. But the deal is
frustrated, man. A lot of them are so frustrated.
Yeah, but they're frustrated
because they want to do right, but they're not given the resources.
No, Vaughn. I'm trying to walk you off that ledge, man.
Okay, go ahead. Walk me off because I'm almost on the edge of it.
Because here's why I'm walking you. Here's why I'm trying to walk you off that ledge and everything else. Because again, you're going by teachers who are good. Okay. Out of a whole, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay.
Out of a whole school district, the average amount of teachers who are good in a school district, period.
I don't want to hear it.
I'm telling you right now, the average amount is about 30 to 35%.
What's the school district? Wait, hold on.
That's a very disturbing low number.
That is a very disturbing low number.
Now, what is the average size of a school district of teachers?
It depends. It depends because you have certain. It depends if you look. It could be huge, like what you have in a lot of your major metropolitan, quote unquote, major metropolitan city. I'm not talking about suburbs. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about most of the time it's based on a county, right? So whatever your county is, whatever county you reside, you will have an ISD within that county.
That's true because I have credentials. Like even though I'm a trucker, but even though I got my credential, what they taught me, I still get rehired back as a teacher.
Yeah.
Even though I drive for school bus.
Yes. So that county will have what's called the independent school district. So whatever county you're in is going to have its own specific school district. So for example, Houston is not Houston ISD. I think it's in Texas. I think it's like Harris ISD or Harris County ISD. You see what I mean? So then that's the other part. So then she knows. She's a teacher. She already knows. I'm not saying stuff that's not true. So the other part, yep, bingo. See? That's it. That's the other part. That's the other things you have to factor in.
Unions keep in bad teachers, is what you're saying.
Yep. They won't fire them. They will move them.
And
New York, up in New York, is real bad about that. It's real bad about it.
I need Sardinia to just join for just 2 minutes because I really want to hear her 2 cents on that. You know, she's putting things in the chat that seem very interesting.
So.
That's my sister right there. So
yeah, I would love to hear her.
Come up, sister. If you could come up and you want to,
okay, we'll do. I'm not talking out the side of my neck, bro.
Yeah,
so keep in mind, most teachers also get most teachers, even starting out, most teachers get about, again, it's going to depend on the school district, but on average, most teachers get off basically a month. They get a month off. But here's the deal. That month off doesn't apply to, and I quote, Christmas time, when they have the 2 weeks off for Christmas, New Year. They don't apply to that. Doesn't apply to spring break. Doesn't apply to, it doesn't apply to spring break. Doesn't apply to, if you have a fall break, doesn't apply to that. Because during that time, some of them will be doing in-service. Some of them we do in service, some of it just the whole week off, and it's paid.
Paid.
So you're sitting on a month where you don't do anything. I mean, it's a month off that doesn't count against the time you're taking off. So they will take that month and then turn around, and that's what they would do during the summer. use that time, which is paid time off. So they would take that and run it.
So basically, they pay all 12 months of the year. It sounds like they're not paid for 2 months, but when you break it down,
ding, 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 ding.
Ah, interesting.
Yes. There she is. There she is. So you have those things play into it, right? So, and then depending on where you're working at, will also depend on how much you get paid. So if you're able to land in a more affluent school district, you get paid more. But the deal is, the majority of your inner city school districts, even though they're big, their cost on teacher retention and their price and the amount that they pay is low because they just fill in spots.
Well, let me ask you this, Brother Ant. Because we do know that the classroom is basically oversized. You got one teacher and you got 30 students. And so if you can just expound a little bit on how that affects, the effectiveness of the teacher teaching, because I feel like, you got too many people in your classroom. And then not only that, but people learn in different degrees. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
This one may pick it up faster than that one, and that one may be a little slower than this one. So
yes,
how do you navigate through all of that?
Okay.
And then boys learn differently from girls.
Yes.
So the way they
but the deal is
that's what they say. But I know we got
no.
Sister
There is truth to that. But the educational system right now is geared toward girls. It's not geared toward boys. So girls don't need ADHD and Ritalin for the most part. Boys do. But boys used to run that all off back in the day because you had multiple recess and you had gym and stuff like that. Right? They took a lot of that out. Now they started bringing some of it back, but they took a lot of that out. Yeah. So it's like, here you sit in your class and you read your book and you write on your paper, but the kids want to be fidgety and do all this other stuff. Right. So I mean, that's just kind of how it is. So yeah. So keep in mind, this is not, again, like I told you, it's not really about education anymore. It's more about what? It's just having the pawns and having the place to put them to hold this political spot. And you can always point and talk about how this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Look at all the stuff that's happening in the schools. Give us more money. You see what I'm saying?
Interesting.
It's real weird. And so
they're not reflecting on themselves as the issue. They're saying it's something else outside of us, so therefore we need money to solve it. But yet they are the problem.
And
but you can't solve a problem by giving it more money. By giving money to the problem.
And here's the deal: I'm turning it right over to the teacher. So, Denia, if I said anything that was false, by all means, correct. Go.
A lot of what
you sister.
Hi, Mr. Best. So yeah, a lot of what you have shared is very accurate. I think also you have to look at so many mitigating circumstances. What I look at as concerning as a teacher in my observations, because I've been in the school system 13 years, I've worked at 3 different districts. What I've noticed also, you have to look at the special education system, and you have
I didn't
to
touch
look
on that
at
one. Yes, you're right.
Also,
Yeah,
how
I'm gonna say
many.
special ed.
Where'd she go?
What they don't teach you is that those students, once they get into special education, it is extremely difficult to matriculate them out and get them onto the pace of getting to the classes they need for college. And so you look at why so much is poured into special education, because I know special education teachers are paid even way more than I am as a general ed teacher. And I look at like I had a student in my class, he was a first grader and he was really low. And I fought to get him to meet math standards. I couldn't get him to reading because he was really far behind. So it took me an entire year. He was placed into a second grade class with a white teacher, and all the progress went away. And now he's in special ed. And that's where there's a frustration that I see, is that you can't get rid of those kinds of teachers that are actually causing these children to regress. Like, they're not progressing, they're regressing. So it's like, okay, you need more money because you need more for the special ed, but you're not looking at a lot of those students don't always need that criteria. Like, they just need a lot more of the resources in the classroom and educationally and behaviorally. So those are the things that you have to look at. There's all these balls in the air that you like don't see in the education in the education system that exists.
So
like
one question.
Well, hold on one second, Jay. Hold on one second, Jay.
Oh, come on.
Because mine is real quick, and you're right after me, because I want her to
hold on, Joseph. Hold on.
I want her to educate I want her to pass this information and educate you guys. Sadenia, tell them what's the percentage in the special ed classrooms of Black and brown versus Caucasian?
Depending on the school district, I will say my school district that I'm currently at is Castro Valley. So I would say if you're looking through 3rd through 5th, and I'm looking at how they track the reading level and the math scores of Black and brown boys, I would venture to say 60% of that 3rd through 5th grade special ed class are Black and brown, primarily male. 40%.
Wow.
The rest would be 4% between Asian and a small pool of white. So that is my district, just for the 3rd through 5th grade children, that at that age, they're looking to figure out how many prisons to build based on how many of those kids are reading at grade level or not meeting standards in math. So I would venture to say about 60%.
There you go.
Man, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, and to that point, keep in mind, remember back in the day, Vaughn, I know you probably know right off the bat. I think 84 probably knows. I know Bolo knows. Back in the day, special education was only those who suffered from areas of mental retardation.
Developmentally
very
mentally challenged. Yeah,
exactly.
That's that short bus we talk about all the time. That short bus.
And now, because and she is right, it takes almost an act of God to get that child out of it, because so much money is allocated to special education. And
interesting.
And when they and this was a danger, and this is to my point, this was the danger of the No Child Left Behind. To what you were asking the question, how you were like, I was in school and I was like, how come these kids are reading like this and this and this? Well, it's because they were passing the kids along to keep them into their current class with their current friends.
Yeah. Is that no child left behind?
No child left behind.
That whole
concept. They felt that if the kids were held back, then the kids would suffer from complexes and they would not do well, even though studies had showed that they were not ready to move forward. And after they spent another year on the subjects that they needed to have and to know, when they were promoted, they did very well. But it became more about feelings over facts. Jay, your question.
Damn, I'm glad I didn't forget it. Sadina, when the child, as an example, that you taught in 1st grade, who you found have regressed, the child, when that child went to the 2nd grade, it was under a special ed teacher?
No, that was a typical teacher, but she has been known to not be an effective teacher. And it is hard for the district to remove her because we are, in fact, a union. So you have to jump through so many hoops to weed out those teachers that are not good. So he was placed in her class, and it was just like he didn't make any
Bad luck.
progress. Yeah, because he was labeled a bad kid, you know, because he had to repeat kindergarten. So there was all these negative things. And so I'm like, okay, he had to repeat kindergarten, and now he's coming into first grade when he should have been in second. That, okay, let's get his confidence up. So I got his confidence up, and I told him, because he would always feel like I'm so dumb, like he would be self-deprecating. So I tell him, like, no, when you come in this classroom, you need to tell me every day, I'm a smart boy. What are you? I'm a smart boy. To the point where he knew it, he came in and repeated it with confidence. So like I said, I tried my hardest. I got him to meet kindergarten reading standards. So that's a whole year's worth of growth if you calculate it. Then math, I bust my butt with that little boy, worked with his mother, and we got him meeting standards in all content areas. So how did you make so much progress with me as your teacher, teaching you socially, emotionally, academically? You were on track. Now I find out at the end of second grade, oh, he's going into SPED? And my principal's like, he didn't make any progress. He stayed exactly where you had him. He never grew beyond what I taught him. And I was so
After all that effort,
I was like, dude, are you serious? Like, if I would have known that, oh my God, that whole class, I would have been more than happy to move up to second grade to teach him. Like, oh my God, it was ridiculous. Like, to see that, I just cried, because I was like, all my hard work as a teacher just went down the drain. So now he's going to be placed into a category that is going to be nearly impossible for him to get out of. And for him, because he doesn't really have any mental retardation, it's a learning,
learning disorder.
Yeah, it's a processing disorder. So I've taught other kids with his same processing disorder. They had an IEP. Within an IEP, you can matriculate out of that IEP and go into normal education without any services. That's what I wanted for him. I didn't want him to be put in SPED. So the fact that they put him in SPED as a Black boy, when I know there are other students, in particular, one white girl who had the same processing issue as him, but she wasn't placed in the SPED. She got an IEP. She matriculated. So I'm like, okay, seriously? Like, I'm kind of feeling like there's a bias here, and I feel like it's unfair. So that student, like, it just, like, to see him next year be in third grade, and I know he's going to be in the SPED class, I'm like, that's not right. It's just not.
And can you just break down SPED for those of us who don't know the acronym?
Special ed?
Yeah,
I know special ed.
Yeah, so special education. So basically that is for children who have the mental, like, challenges. They are not able to function fully, just because of their ability to process and physically, like, self-regulate.
Right. And do you think that a lot of that has to do with the involvement of the parents? I heard you earlier speak about how you even worked with the parents, because a lot of times the parents are not a lot of times the parent may not be informed as to how to help the kid because they don't know the work themselves. You see what I'm saying? So I understand when you said, well, hey, I even work with the parents. How often did you, well, this is the question, how important is that aspect of it? The involvement of the parent?
It is very,
when it comes to the homework and when it comes to,
great question.
Because I really had to apply myself, even with my son when he was younger. PIMDOS, and all of these different things, math, all of it. I had an eraser board, and hey, it's time to do homework, and I tried to make it fun. And if I didn't know something, I would go to YouTube. Listen, You know, we have so many avenues as to of learning tools. YouTube is a great learning tool.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what I mean. I honestly didn't, as a teacher now, like I didn't learn in Oakland, California how to read until I was in second grade, because my first grade teacher, my kindergarten teacher, did not realize I was memorizing the books. So it looked like I was reading, I wasn't reading. It came to my second grade teacher, beautiful Filipino woman, love her to death, taught me how to read to the point where she could give me any book. She can break out a Bible, turn to the middle of that Bible, I could read it, no problem. So she told my mom what she needed to do to teach me at home. So that's why it's like you do need the community of the teacher and the parent working together. So that's why I
But you
work
see,
with the parent.
you
So
see how finicky that was? How that change of fate is the opposite for the boy, but it was the opposite for you, in which you started off bad, but you came into a teacher like you are now, who was there at that right time, and now you are where you are now from that one decision years ago. And that fate of that boy is going to possibly be determined from what this one woman has done at this point in time in his life 20 years from now, because of what she did not do.
Yeah.
That's
So
what that's the survivor's guilt I was speaking of earlier, is that you overcome obstacles that was beyond yourself, whether it's literacy, how you got ahead in life, the comprehension, a father in your life, a mother in your life, a good neighborhood environment. All these factors have to come into play for us to be just stable adults
yeah. I mean,
functioning in the society.
exactly. And I feel like I didn't grow up in the best of circumstances. I've shared, and Mr. Best and Mr. Bryant know. I I honestly, like, I grew up in Oakland, California. So my family life was not the most stable. Like, I went through addiction at the age of 9. I was an addict for 16 years until I was 25 and found a relationship with God. So a lot of that, like, rough and tumble upbringing that I had, like, I didn't have the best circumstances and the best thing. But what I had, even the consistency and all that, was my education. So I always had an uncle who was straight criminal, loved him to death, but he would always tell me, you need to go get your education. Don't worry about no boys. Don't worry about them books. So that's what I was told while he's out there being a criminal. So I'm just like, okay. So I that was what I was given. That I ran with that, and I got my education, and I was around, thank God, many beautiful, amazing Black teachers that, like someone said earlier, when you see that they're doing good, they will pull you out of that school district and clean up another one in another community, because that's what happened to a lot of my teachers. Like,
wow,
one of my 6th grade teachers, amazing, like, she had all of us reading on point, and took her out, moved her to the Stockton area, and she became, like, I don't know if she ended up becoming a principal out there or something. She was just that good of a teacher. So it was like I was fortunate along the way to encounter these teachers, but it started to get less and less and less as I went on. But I managed to get by just enough to eventually go to college, get like a dual bachelor's degree. So I have a degree in African American Studies and English. I went and got my master's degree. I went and got my teaching credentials. So all of that, like, despite my trauma, it got me to a place that I am now, and trying to help my kids. That's why I battle for them so hard. I ride for them so hard.
Praise God.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it safe
Your
to say
trauma
that
didn't your trauma didn't define you, but it did help to
It
create and be a piece of the foundation that made you into who you are.
Exactly, but it's so
So you?
hard because we're constantly having these moving parts, and it's so hard as a teacher, because whether, like, I'm an affluent community now teaching, but I was in Oakland. That's why I know, like, the whole thing with the insurance and like the teachers being low paid. but it was a battlefield in Oakland. There were teachers having parents like come up to them and slap them dead in the face. And you have speech.
Yes,
Yeah.
school bus drivers, we get slapped in the face.
Yeah, and then we also had where there were children who needed speech and weren't getting the speech minutes. And in the IEP, that is illegal. If parents don't know, they can't hold the school accountable and sue, because it's like you're supposed to have so many minutes. That's a living document. If you don't hold to those documents, you can be sued. Parents don't know that. And as a teacher in my contract, I can't tell them that. So that's why the setup is so ineffective, because you're not able to school these parents like, hey, your child is supposed to have 150 minutes a month for speech, and they haven't had it. Or if a speech teacher misses the time, they don't make it up, but the parents don't know. And so I'm like,
say that first part again. It was because of your what?
because of our contracts, where there are certain things we can and cannot tell parents.
Because
so,
who is your contract with?
The school district.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Hold up.
So,
Hold on. I'm trying to unwrap this.
Yeah. So you
This is
it's
making
almost
me mad for some reason.
it's almost like you have to do it on a slide. You have to say it in a certain way to let them know. Like, I can't tell them, oh, your child's not getting their 150 minutes of speech a month, because I can lose my job just on that. And as a good teacher, they'll put me out real quick. So I'm like,
Now tell them the issue. Tell them the issue also. See, y'all thought I was talking out the side of my neck a little bit.
No.
Just so y'all know, I'm not talking out the side of my neck.
I believed you, brother Ed. I believed you.
But tell them if you don't mind. If you don't mind, tell them, because of that said contract and because you work for the school, who is your first priority?
Oh boy.
It's unfortunately it's the district. No.
Oh my goodness.
Boom.
It's the allegiance is not to the kids first. They always say like,
Same way for school buses, the district.
yeah, it is always like they're talking about equality and equity within schools, but you have these unspoken rules that parents aren't aware of and we're not allowed to tell them. So it's like I've had to find ways around that. So like I just went and I learned, like went online, figured out YouTube videos, learned how to teach speech to kids to make up that ground. It was like, okay, all right. So when a kid has a lisp, this is how you teach them. So I was playing teacher, nurse, paraprofessional, and speech teacher, and I was only getting paid like $55,000 a year. And you figure after taxes is way less than that. And so mentally, especially in Oakland. So like when I'm sitting up there trying to hold a kid down from trying to attack another student, I'm like sitting there like, wow, okay, I can't mentally do this. And this is the thing. When they send, this is the thing. If a kid is wilding out in the classroom, what you do is you let that kid tear up your classroom. You take the other 24 kids somewhere else. It's not, let's remove the child that's in crisis. It's no, you got to remove the 24. That's fine. I was like, wow, really?
Yep.
So
they changed that changed about 10 years ago.
Yeah, so it's really it's emotionally taxing. And so I had to be like, for my own mental sanity, I had to leave Oakland, but it did break my heart because a lot of the parents were like, you rode hard for our kids. Like I had some of the siblings. I worked there for 4 years. The siblings were just amazing. They were doing great. They were growing. And people were like, oh, I can't wait till you have my kid's little brother, little sister. And I was like, I'm actually leaving. It's like, I can't do it. And they were just hurt. They weren't even mad at me. They were actually mad at the school because the principal did not give me the support I needed that would have helped me to stay. And
And
so
Oh.
it was
and that's what happens with the good teachers. This is why I'm saying.
so.
Oh.
Answer this question. This is another question that was
Sure.
put to me by Vaughn a little bit ago, and I gave him a percentage of when I was there in working within that structure, about how many were. Now we're not going to talk about where you are right now, okay? But at any of your 2 prior stops, what was the percentage of good teachers to garbage?
Wow.
Wow.
Oh gosh.
And you owe no one anything. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
I am telling. I'm gonna be real honest.
It's just us here right now. It's just us. It's just us.
The charter school, I would venture to say between 30 to 40% were good teachers. San Francisco Unified, that's a big district as a whole. But you also have to look at the loopholes, because they also were having substitute teachers getting a special permit to teach as teachers and not paying them the amount of as a teacher. So they weren't fully credentialed, because I know I got put into that position. So the only thing they could do that helped me was include those years that I taught as my years of service, but they did not pay me the equivalent of a teacher pay. I was still paid as a sub with benefits. So yeah, you have to look at those that they're in San Francisco, they're getting by because they're not hiring qualified teachers. They're using the sub pool as a means to have teachers, but those are not credentialed.
And the majority of your major cities, that is the case.
Yeah. So if you look at it with that being thrown in, I would say San Francisco, I would venture to say even lower than the charter school I worked at. So I would venture to say maybe anywhere from 25% to 35%, given that big a district, and seeing teachers that were terrible. Like, they didn't even show up every day. Like, most of the year the kids had subs. Or there were issues of like the teachers being abusive to the kids and putting their hands on them. And so like, yeah, so in that district, because I worked all over as a sub, I would, it's lower, and that's a union. So the reason why charter is a little bit higher is because it's not a union, and they were pulling because the medical insurance was 100% covered. So if you have a teacher that's got a family and the medical is covered, they're willing to take the low pay to make sure they have the medical insurance. So you did end up getting good teachers based on that competitiveness in the teaching market. So that was kind of like the give and take of a charter school in Oakland, which is really like, it's not great, because like I said, it's not fully government funded because it's a charter. They get their funding through other means as well.
Yeah, it's part public, part private type thing.
Yeah. So it's a lot of factors, but to get rid of teachers that are not good, it's more of a red tape bureaucracy you have to go through because of the union, versus charter. If you're not a good teacher, they'll boot you out. But a lot of the good teachers leave because they're so much put onto their plate, and they're not being supported. That was always the thing. Like, it was like the teacher left, she was like, a parent slapped me and nothing, and no one did anything. No one said anything. The principal didn't stand up for her. And again, I went through mine where I'm like, dude, I'm not a speech teacher and y'all not paying me to be one. I'm having a kid tearing up my classroom trying to choke out another student. I'm like, I can't do this every day. And to go from like having maybe 4 kids reading on grade level to 19 by the end of the year reading on grade level, it's like my numbers, and this was me starting out, like I hadn't even cleared my credential yet. I was still in the process of, in the state of California, being issued a full-on credential. But to have those kind of numbers, and I was a relatively new credential teacher, it was amazing. It was a lot. And that
I want to ask a question, if I could ask a quick question to Sadinia. And I know you've been working in the field, but so during the C-19 era, if we could say that, you know, and
you can say the whole thing now.
Oh, okay. Well, during COVID, you know, and a lot of the kids were displaced, and they had to, you know, go home, and they had to do work online. You know, and the teacher, you know, and everybody had to log in. So what type of catastrophe was that for you?
That was a hot mess. that was
I
really
just wanted to hear that point of view from a teacher, because I've never been able to ask, but I know that had to be horrific.
It was, because
How did you navigate through that?
It was hard. Like, I feel like with my students having, because the way our school district worked it is you had 3 hours a day online with the kids. So you would start out the first hour, the whole class teaching lessons. Then once they logged off, you would get small groups of kids and you would teach them their reading lesson, you know, math, whatever they needed to do. But you only had 3 hours every day. And we're normally with kids like double that. So it was a hot mess. Like, they came back not only being academically deficient, but they were also socially, emotionally deficient. So they didn't know how to resolve conflicts, or when they couldn't understand something, they would just have a meltdown and cry. So you had to teach them like problem solving skills. You had to teach them cognitively how to exist around other kids. So
And you're saying this is the aftermath, you're saying, or
that was the aftermath. And during that time, it was just they weren't getting the quality of education as much, because they're only 3 hours a day. So that's not enough. And then you have to have parents work with them, and depending on their home life, they either got the help or they didn't get the help. So some were more deficient than others if they didn't have the support at home. So that's why parents were struggling, and for a while there was a lot of gratitude given to teachers, because now it's like, now you know how we feel when we got to teach your kid and they're having a moment.
Let
And
me tell
I have 25 of them every day. So they're like, how do you do it? You got 25
and we only had the 1 or the 2 or the 3, right?
Exactly. So, but I mean, now we've kind of gotten back to that before COVID, that you're just a glorified babysitter as a teacher. So I've been like, okay, that's messed up. Okay,
Much more than that. Much more than that.
I know my worth, and
very
it's
much more than that.
and it's crazy, but you know, at the same time, it's like it's having to catch those kids up. So there are some of my kids I looped with, because my principal was like, can you did first grade this year, can you go up with them and teach second? So I went and did that. And that's why a part of me, my heart broke that I couldn't loop with that one student that now is going into SPED, because I would have been able to give him a fighting chance to remain in general ed and get an IEP. But again, like I said, I couldn't tell the parent what I would have liked to have told them. Like, sometimes we have to figure out how to word it without like being held by the contract. Like, because I've managed to do that, but not how to get the parents to go around like, okay, don't put your child in SPED just yet. Try this avenue, and this is what you do. Like, I have not mastered that, working the system around that, so I can still stay in compliance with my contract. But if I know a kid needs extra services, I could tell a parent, like, hey, if you feel like your child needs more support, this is a document and it's up to you as a parent if you want to sign it or not. So the parent kind of figured out, oh, my child needs more services. So if I don't sign this IEP, they have to go back and figure out a way to get my child more services. So that I was like, okay, this is what I'm trying to tell you, but not trying to tell you. I figured that one out.
So it's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge type of deal.
Just really quick.
Yeah, because I'm like, I didn't tell them don't sign it.
You didn't hear this from me.
Yeah, because
I didn't tell him to pull out Form 1432 to take.
Yeah, so it's like if you don't sign the IEP and you request for your child to have an aide in the classroom, then they have to get you an aide. They got to pull them from somewhere. But until you meet the standards of the parent, they don't have to sign that document. And that child needs the IEP because you've already did the assessments that show that they do qualify. So you have to accommodate the child. That I can't say straight out to them. So I found a way around it that didn't violate my contract. But with my little student that had to go into SPED, I was like, I can't word it without you just me spilling the beans to you. And I'm like, so to see that African American child, I was like, oh my God, I'm a pray. Like
is this an instance of say someone who goes to war and they've saved, say, dozens of lives, but yet they reminisce or they think often more so about the one life that they didn't save? Is this sounds like? Because it sounds like this is what this is. Because it sounds like you're a great teacher, but you've done a lot for a lot of other kids, but it's this one child that's kind of like eating you up a little bit.
Yeah, it's like in the Bible when it talks about like the 99 sheep and the shepherd that goes after the one. He is my little one that I'm like, oh, if I really could have told your mom the truth and got her the resources, you wouldn't be in SPED. You would have an IEP. You would get your services. We get you caught up, get you out of the IEP system, get you into regular ed again, where you can get your track to go to college and not to prison. So when I look at what could have been,
do you? Oh man,
I have a question.
Do you? Hold on. Okay.
Yeah,
do you?
Go ahead.
Do you regret not going full out and possibly risking your job as a result of telling that mother the truth in order to protect your job?
Yes and no, because I also think about the other children that come along in my care that I would potentially be losing out on, and knowing that there's also a risk of another bad teacher coming in, and I also think about my school district doesn't have enough people of color. And recently we've been dealing with a rash of racism in our school district, being Castro Valley. It has a quite the racist past.
I wouldn't say anything.
You got kids in middle school calling the one black male teacher they did have a monkey that eats watermelon. And that teacher didn't get any support from the principal and has since resigned and left and refuses to come back, even though the superintendent asked him to come back.
So and there's not too many male teachers in schools today.
Exactly. So thankfully I have a principal that was super supportive and is like, no, we are not going to tolerate that. I'm not going to lose any of my amazing teachers of color to this racism. We are going to nip this in the bud. So we put in policies at our school in place against racism, because those parents found the loophole in the student handbook that is like, because the students were originally suspended, but their suspensions were lifted because they're like, oh, you can't do that on the first offense. What? Okay, they've been calling him a monkey that eats watermelon. Are you serious? You lifted the suspension? Okay. I'm trying to have to take a lot of deep breaths and I see why he left. That was really, really disrespectful, and to not have that support was crazy. But I guess like at this point for us as teachers of color, because there's really only one, two, three, I think there's only 4 Black
Oh
teachers.
my goodness.
Oh, we just had a fifth. We just added a 5th because we have a coach. 5.
That's crazy.
And
She's
so
counting on her hands how
You
many
got
teachers.
you got to look at the area where
yeah,
she's at too, though.
and before that, I was only the second Black one they hired. I was number 2. And oh boy, did them parents try to run me off. They said I didn't belong to the community. They was trying to get the kids taken out of my class. Like, yeah. So I went through a lot. I had to be observed, teaching math lessons, reading lessons every week. So
Yeah, but
I
you know the
know
reason why.
And you know what? This is a part of the question I wanted to ask you too. It's real quick, you know, and you spoke of some of them, but excuse me. What are some of the things that you feel the district has done to hinder you in being as effective as you could be in the
Great
field that you're
question.
working in?
Great question.
Are you allowed to talk about this online? I mean, I don't know if I don't want you to give it up.
I'll put it like this. Let me say this. I will be very careful of saying anything about where you are currently located.
Yeah, don't do that.
And anything in regards to current employment.
Yeah.
Because it is very easy for them to pull out said lawyer to say that you did X, Y, and Z in breach of contract.
Yeah.
Because they are quick to do that. So now if you would ask that question, about Form 1432, where she didn't have to give any of that info, you would be okay.
I'm just curious.
That's why I say it. I don't want to hear where she currently is.
No,
But
not that.
If you give it to if she talks about where she was and just so happened to throw in stuff that's happening now, then that's fine.
No, well, basically, I'm asking the question because I just want to know what are some of the things that the district has put in place to hinder you from being as effective as you could possibly be. And I'm pretty sure you know those things. You could probably name them off the top of your head. I just wanted to get an idea of it.
This is so fascinating.
Without incriminating yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like they have things in place. Like right now, they're currently trying to change that handbook policy. So, teachers who are treated with racism, like the consequences for students or parents are stricter. But right now, currently, like a kid can say anything crazy to me out of the side of their neck and nothing will happen to them. So that is very hindering when it's like you have no recourse when you are treated with a level of racism that exists. There's no support in that, or it's not given by the district. It's certain schools, depending on what admin you have. If they're good admin, they'll support you on that level to make sure you stay and you have what you need, at least in their school. But that's a hindrance. And I feel like also, just like I said, the programs that are geared towards resources for students like IEPs or SPED, like there is so much of a hindrance because you have to do so much proof that you know that a child needs support and you advocate for that, but they'll drag out the process. They'll try to prolong it as much as possible if it's an IEP, because that's a lot of money that they have to pour into resources for kids more so. And the results are better. So that's where it's like we're hindered because the response time isn't as quick as it should be or could be. So
There's
Yes.
no money in IEPs. There's money.
No, because it's been proven that these children that get those extra resources do make progress to the point where they eventually transition back into general ed, and they're just as good as, there's students that didn't have an IEP. If not, they're actually better off. So to pour more money into SPED is better because the results aren't there as it is with an IEP, because it's a
Wait,
different ballgame.
the hell?
Yeah. And
So
so,
wait,
IEPs are better for the school, for the child.
Yeah.
For the child.
SPED is better for the school.
Yeah.
But they're spending more money on SPED, right?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
not really, because they're getting more money for SPED.
They're getting more money. Well, they get more money per kid for SPED.
Yes.
So, but like,
in one instance, they're receiving money from SPED as like a kickback, but in the other, with IED, you're telling me they would have to be the ones kicking out in order to serve the child. But that's what
yeah, because they have to pay for, if a child needs speech, they got to pay for a speech therapist and all the testing that needs to be done around that. If it's academic, they need a resource specialist to work with that kid and have allotted minutes. And there's all these different resources that the child gets to support them to eventually matriculate out of that program.
Yep.
So that's why it's more like support and resources that has to be doled out by the district for that child.
Right.
So it's coming out of their pocket. It's not coming out of the parents' pocket. The parents don't pay a dime. So it's basically your child's getting their needs met because the school district is doing what it's supposed to do and provide these resources. And in that living document, if you don't provide the resources, the parents have grounds to sue the school district for those resources not being met. And those are things that I can't say legally from a standpoint that hinders the parents from knowing their rights. So it's really sad because I learned that. And I mean, it's you don't even want to get into students that are English language learners.
Sweatbread, you might want to mute.
I got it.
I don't know. Oh, okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you get into English,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. If you get into English language learners, if they don't reclassify to English proficient by a certain time, they can't take the courses in high school they need in order to go to college. Like there's so much stuff that parents do not know. And if they knew, they would be like, yo, no, you're not doing this to my kid. I'm putting my foot down. So that's why they put it in the contract for us teachers to say or not say certain things to the parents, because they know we know what's going on with the kid. We know what they need. And if we said it, it would cost the district money.
Yep.
And so that's where it's like it's really difficult. It hinders my ability to teach these kids as well as I could and would be able to otherwise. So it's just a lot of support, but there's also that bureaucracy. But they also expect you to produce results as a teacher to prove that you're up to snuff.
So let me ask you this: how strong is the union? Is there a union that you're working with? Okay, now you're gonna laugh at me, but I'm asking in my ignorance.
They laugh out of how strong it could. He laughed because he's saying like, "Whoa, this is like a can of worms."
I mean, is there a union that is standing up for you all, or
So hold on. So there is. So it depends on. I can't speak for California, but I'm pretty certain they all run the same gambit. Because I know what happens over here where I'm at, and I know what happens south of me. And so what you normally run into is, so there's a quote unquote national union. Okay. There's a national one that's based out of the Department of Education. there's also that's one that's for the state. So I think California has one. I know both state, the one I'm in currently and the one south of me, both have unions as well. Depending on where you are will determine the quote unquote strength of the union. But they're all pretty doggone strong.
Yeah, they are, but there's certain things that are non-negotiables, unfortunately. So the agreement with what can be said to by teachers to parents regarding the IEP and the SPED system, that they will never argue for. They will never advocate for teachers to inform parents. That is going to be one of those that is like
Never gonna happen.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen because it's an unspoken rule that you don't touch that. Like they're not gonna fight that. They'll fight for salary increases. They'll fight for like leave time, preps.
Yep.
They'll argue for benefits, but the things that in terms of benefits the parent and the children that would be good for teachers to help them, that's never going to ever be negotiated. That's where it's systematically set up to not it not be in the favor of the parents and the children, but in the favor of the district. So there in lies the teacher that's in the middle. So we have to walk a fine line, and you have to figure out how to work the system, and it's very hard. It took me 13 years to work the system just to help that one family get the support that they needed. And it's like, whew, it's like, how do you do this? Like without getting in trouble or getting fired, because you know it's the right thing to do. And that's where it's hard, because I never forget, I think it was Michelle Obama that said, children of color, specifically Black children, if you see at the elementary level teachers of color that look like it's more likely for those children to go to high school and graduate high school. And I'm like, wow. So if I knew coming in, I was only one or two Black teachers, I'm like, yeah, I had to look at like, man, that one little boy might just fall through the cracks. But I'm thinking about all the other kids that will come behind him that would fall equally if they don't see a teacher of color that looks like them.
And you know the beauty in what you're saying, and I feel so appreciative to hear you as a person who's in education speak the way that you're speaking, because you are truly an advocate for these children. And you have passion for what you're doing. You know, the same kind of passion I had when I was a surgical technician, you know, and I would go up against the surgeons when they, you know, broke sterility, or you see what I'm saying, or wasn't doing things in a manner that they should be done, you know. And but you have to have a certain passion for what you do. You know, that's the greatest asset that you could have in regards to how effective you're going to be with the job that you have. And so I just praise God for people like you who care. And it's not like you're just punching a clock. You're not just, you see what I'm clocking in, you know, because some of us just clock in and we could give less than a damn. Come on, let's be honest.
There's a lot of them up there that's like that.
And there was a lot of surgical technicians like that. And there was a lot of surgeons like that. Can you imagine that?
Yep, I do.
Yeah.
I didn't talk about that. It's about Sardinia tonight, but I'm just saying.
No, but my point behind it is we need, reason why I'm saying that is because we do need teachers. We need more teachers like her than not like her. Right. And right now it's that bulk of the ones that are the knots. And so we don't, you know, and to her point, Vaughn asked the question a little bit ago, a little bit earlier on. Vaughn asked the question. He said, do you feel like the class size is the problem for schools. There's too many kids in the class, and I will tell you that the answer is no. Now you'll have certain teachers and everything else that will tell you straight up that is not true, and there's too many kids per class. I believe that the real problem is that there is not, and I repeat, there is not any consequences for actions now inside of the classroom versus the size of the classroom. Yeah, if you shrink them down to 10 to 15 per teacher and everything else, where quote unquote more time can be spent with each student and everything else, would that work? And the answer is yes, it will. You will see it just because you have the number of students, right? But the fact of the matter is there's other cultures that have classes that even rival what we have. It's not 20 to 30, it's more like 30 to 40. But because the discipline that's in the class and within the school structure itself, that there's certain areas over in there's certain areas over in Europe, there's certain areas of Japan, and I'm not putting in quote unquote communist countries and stuff like that, because that's a whole different ball of wax to go with. But there are other areas where we know what we know when we know it. So, for example, their education system is everyone is educated up to this grade level. By the time you get to this grade level, we know that your best job is to go dig a ditch. So we're going to move you toward digging a ditch. I'm just throwing that out there as an offset, right? For those who can go further than digging ditches and everything else, you get to continue your educational system, and you get to go until you get to the area where are you good enough to go into university, or should you be apprenticing somewhere and learning a trade of some sort?
So there's levels. There's
levels of education.
Yeah, there's levels to it.
Yeah, that exists here in the US. Like, I remember being in high school and you had like the college nights and things like that, where it's like if you went, you could get a fee waiver to apply to 3 colleges and things like that. And so they had the vocational schools, and they had the state schools, they had the universities or the UCs. And I remember going there, and I was like talking to the vocational people, because they had like different things like nursing and and stuff like that. And so I was like, or medical billing. And so I was asking questions to the lady, and she was like, okay, well, what's your GPA? And I was like, well, it's a 3.6. And she was like, well, what kind of classes are you taking? I'm like, I'm taking AP courses. And she is like, oh, this is not for you. And I'm like, why? And she is like, it's better for you to go to the UC table for university. And I was like, oh, that's a weird response, but I'm like 16, 17 years old. So you're not giving me the information because you're not on this track. You're going to go somewhere else. Whereas like other classmates of mine who didn't have the GPA that I had or the courses that I had were tracked to that, and they weren't encouraged to try to go to the UC system or state schools, like even try for that. And so that's where it's like, I saw that long time ago as a teenager, and I thought that was really off. Like, okay. But like they were just like, you can do better. Maybe not the person behind you, but you can do better. And I was like, okay, but but
the thing is behind it though is that here in America, we're guaranteed a kindergarten through at least 12th grade education. You show up, you'll get it. You show up to school, they'll move you along through the process, right? There are certain areas that, like I said, there are certain areas and certain cultures and certain countries and stuff like that doesn't exist, right? You go as far if you look like your path is now toward this here, based on what we see for because there's a lot of They don't do like we do. They test your knowledge at the end of certain periods. So if you get finished with elementary school, they will test. You will have a test before you get out of it. Where then from that point on, they will point you in a position. Well, maybe you need to go learn how to become a tailor. Maybe you need to learn how to go over here and apprentice to somebody else to learn something like this over here. You're more suitable to this kind of work, because going on, you're educated. You're just not going to pick up any of this other stuff.
Yeah.
And then for those who go from there, they'll get to what would be considered for us, our, quote unquote, middle school to high school range of learning. And so I think that's a test, what we consider at the end of middle school, which I think for them is kind of like 6th through 9th grade. And then then you have your upper level education that would be considered our sophomore to senior years. And you only get to go into that sophomore or senior year time if you've done well on your testing, right?
Yeah.
If you've done well on your testing, then you can go to that, which then gives you an opportunity to go into universities. That's why when you hear people say like, oh, well, Finland is number one in math. Japan is number 2 or number 1 in math and science and this and this and this and this and this and this. But America is like 31st in the world or 28th in the world. And you hear them all, and it makes you think like the American school system just sucks and everything else. Well, there is some of that, but the fact of the matter is, everyone that's in 12th grade in some of those countries is not everyone that started out, in kindergarten per se, or first grade per se. They're not all there. For us, it's different. And it also, when you start factoring in the No Child Left Behind piece that came with it, and this goes to play with what you were saying, Jay, early on, which is, how come I'm over here reading this and this, I have to wait for this kid over here to go, and the tree.
It slows me down.
Yeah. Well, that's what the thing happens. You have a lot of kids that are further along, but have to wait.
Yeah.
For those that are not further along, to quote unquote, we put in quotes, catch up, which they never really do.
They don't.
Right. But it bores the hell out of those who are in the class that are further along, because you have to sit there and wait. And so you never get to move. So now you start having things like, kind of like what Sedenia mentioned. Now you have the things like AP classes. I saw my kids were talking about, they were taking AP classes and they were coming in and showing me their work. I'm like, well, that's just regular stuff. It's like stuff that we learned in high school. It wasn't, but it's so further along than what the general stuff was.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But the AP stuff of today was the regular stuff of yesterday, basically.
Wow.
When I was in school, we were doing this stuff. We were expected to know all of this.
Yeah.
Right. But they don't. For them, this is upper level education. So if that's upper level education, what is general?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And if general is lower than that, then what is special ed?
Yep.
And there are literally, and Sedenia, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's changed. But there are 2 golden calves in the education department land that you don't touch. One is ESL and one is SPED.
Yeah. I just wanted to, before I answer that, I know somebody in the comments, Sweaty Bread, said you wanted to ask a question. I don't know if you.
Yes, thank you. No, because I'm a teacher too. But the thing was, like, I couldn't teach at a certain white school because, one, as a black man, they just say, because I have the good credentials, but they was wondering about my pride. I could be in my feelings, or I may be quick to anger. So they were saying, we want to push you forward, but we don't know. You have a trigger phase. You would just snap. What I'm saying? That's what kind of held me back as a teacher. And I said, I didn't get what they mean, but I understand. It's like, I got to be well soft-spoken. And you know, when I first came a teacher, they gave me a number of girls. You know, I know I was overthinking it, but then again, I liked it. They let this. You should see as the first year, but when the second, third year, we took you out of this school and we're gonna put you in the black community. You know, because you're a man, because you can handle it. And I'm nearly about to quit. But you know, if it wasn't for a teacher to help me, to show me how to stay in there, how to hang in there, it kind of got me through the process. Because if you don't have no skills, you would suck.
Yeah, and that's why we're trying to create a mentor program for teachers of color, because it's very hard to retain, especially the African American males in the education system. Because the 5 teachers that are of color at my school that are black, there's only one male teacher, and he's a coach. And so he
Right,
coaches.
and I realized that. Same here from where we at. Yeah, exactly.
And so it's trying to provide support to our fellow teachers of color that are coming in, that are new.
Coach Carter.
Yeah, to like
basically.
But it's very difficult to get them that are not coaches, like that. There are men in math and science. There are men in the elementary level, because there's really not. There's just, the men are not there. So you see these awesome, amazing boys of color, but they're seeing female black teachers, but they're not seeing the male ones. So when they see the male ones, it's like a unicorn. So that's why it's such a hard process to get that. So when you get it, we want to try to nurture that. And I think that after this year with all the racism, they're trying to like, oh, now we see like they need extra support. I'm like, really? I've been in this district 6 years, and it took one of the black male teachers leaving because he was being like discriminated against. Like, okay, wow. I got that my first year. So that's like, when I think about black girl mentality, that's why it was one of the things I really found interesting when I researched it, because I was like, oh, but I can handle it. I can have parents telling me I don't belong to the community, trying to take their kids out of my classroom, and I need to observe her teaching math so I know if she can teach my child. Are you serious? I broke down the commutative property so well, even the parent understood it. So the first graders I taught understood it? Okay. I'm supposed to be cool with that? No, I'm not. And I almost did leave, but one of my friends had to talk me out of it and was like, if you leave, those parents are going to know that they can run off any other teacher of color. So that's why I stayed and stuck out. That first year was like awful. I was like, I'd rather go back to
the same thing.
I would rather go back to Oakland and teach and make peanuts. But at least my black and brown parents respected me, because I'm also Puerto Rican. So I would speak Spanish just as much as I would English. On a daily. It was broken Spanish because it's Puerto Rican. It's crazy how fast you speak.
Wow. Yeah, you were definitely an asset.
Yeah, and I'm still an asset now, because students that are Spanish speaking in the other classes, they'll come to me for reading, because I can talk to them in Spanish, give them directions in Spanish. They can respond in English or respond in Spanish. So it's where, because there's also not a lot of teachers that can speak the language. So I'm like sitting up here like, wow, really though? Like, that's how, like, coming from that Oakland school where I was very respected as a teacher, hated leaving those parents and those students to be mistreated here. I'm like, yeah, I'm paid more, but is it really worth that? Is it worth the mental anguish I had to suffer my first year? But it was one of those, like, you can handle it. But then we got the superintendent begging dude over here to come back. I'm like, okay, all right. Recognize that us black women are just as stressed out and ready to leave. It's just we didn't, because we didn't get called those names. Because if I had been called those names, I probably would have left too. I really would have. And it would have been heartbreaking to leave, but I would have had to, because I can't mentally accept that day in and day out like he did. It was not one incident. It was over the span of a school year from August till
Ooh.
when did he leave? April? Yeah, about March, April time he left. So he endured that for several months before he just was like, I can't do this. So that's where it's like it's hard. So it's having to support the teachers that are there and be like, hey, this is probably something you might have to go through, but don't quit. It's almost like a sorority or fraternity hazing where you don't get to wear no green.
Yes.
So
Yes, that's why I still got my that's why I still got my credentials. So you're right, because I
so
can still get back in anytime.
yeah, so it's a work to do this work. So if you love working with kids, you really have to count the cost because you're gonna go through it whether you're in an inner city school or you're in a suburb. It's just a different set of treatment that you got to figure out what you can handle and what you're going to try to persevere through. But yeah, it's a really hard track for teachers of color to make it and be successful and you maintain their sanity. So yeah, that's just my personal experience as a teacher of color, that I'm like, wow, like this is what I went through. And I mean, I love what I do. I'm always going to do it until I retire, because it's not about me, it's about me teaching our future kids. I want those kids to grow up and say, Miss Vega, I made it, I went to college. I'm like, I'm so proud of you, just like I got to do with my teacher, my second grade teacher, to let her know I got my credential, I'm a teacher now, to let her know you made an impact on my life that I will forever be grateful for. And so that's where I feel like I want to see that for our kids. I want them to feel like somebody cared about them, that wasn't their mom or dad, that there's someone that put that blood, sweat, and tears in for them. And that's what keeps them going. So I hope that that little boy that's in SPED, I hope he remembers me, and I hope he'll fight and fight to get back on track. And I hope his mom does too. And that's all I can do. Like, is pray and hope he'll fight, and hopefully I'll see him and it won't be him being arrested and going to jail. Like I hope that he's being a productive member of society. Like I really do, because he had so much potential. He was such a great kid. So yeah, that's all I can say to that, is like you gotta count the cost of doing this work, because it's an emotional thing, and sometimes you take it home with you, and sometimes you have to learn to leave it at the school so you can still live your life and have that positive reinforcement too. So there's a balance that needs to happen. But yeah.
I mean,
So
listen, I'm so glad that you joined the panel tonight, because you know it was a great conversation. You know, we started one way and then we moved into we're still talking about the children, because we started out talking about the youth. You know, and man, I'm just so blessed to know that there are good Christian people who are holding these positions. You see what I'm saying? Who are being led by God as well. You know, yeah, man. You know, this is so important. You know, especially when it comes to these jobs that we hold. You know, like teaching and medical and different things. You know, where it's so important. And so, man, thank you, my sister. I really appreciate you. I know it's late, you know, but man, thank you for taking your time and sharing that with us.
yeah, no, thank you guys for having me on, and thank you to
Yeah, you
Miss
got to come
Yes.
back. You got to come back now. This is the village.
Yes, I definitely will be back.
You know, it takes a village. So
I mean, I learned a lot. This is information that, you know, you always you suspect it, but you would never get this insight unless you know a teacher personally And I'm talking about not a substitute teacher, but a teacher who is a teacher, like certified teacher, and they've been in it for years, and almost none of us know it. And the only reason why Anthony knows it, he's not even a teacher. He sees the behind the scenes because he has to in order to do his job. So he gets
I
the
had to
privilege.
get out of there. So I'm not with
That
them
is
anymore.
sad.
I had to get out because because here's the deal. This is just because when I was working with them, I had real young kids at the time, and one of the best things that was there was being able. I worked in a position. I didn't have to do any of the teaching and everything else because of what I was in charge of and everything. And but it was great to be able to have time off with the kids. That's one of the things with mine, right? That's one of the things that actually, helped draw me to the position was that, during holiday time and stuff like that, I would get to have that time, pay time off, be with the kids and everything else. And I was like, well, I'm building the infrastructure and everything that was going to be for, them when they started going to school and everything else, and also being able to lay the foundation for, others coming in the future. And that was great, and but the more I was immersed in it and I saw the things that were going on and everything else, it was so bad. It was just so bad. I couldn't believe a lot of the things that I saw. I really could. I thought that was insane. I went from being in corporate America to going to education, and then went back to corporate America because it was just too much. And and like I said, when I was working there, I lacked nothing. With every project I wanted to implement, with everything came in, money poured. It's like there was an ever running faucet of money that you could get for just about anything. Oh, I want to run fiber. This was before fiber was even, a thing like it is now. Back during that time, it was brand new. Oh, I want to run fiber from out from the schools. This and this and this and this and this. How much is this going to cost? Well, to do all that fiber runs, connect all the schools, blah blah blah. It's going to cost about, cabling and all. Yeah, it's going to cost about $3 million. Okay. Okay, yeah. Well, we're gonna need a new equipment and some new, modules and blah blah blah. Yeah, how much is that gonna cost? That's gonna cost about another $1 million. Okay, like what? And it's like, but that's how.
So for
when I
you, it
tell
was like a kid it was like a kid in a
dude,
candy store
whatever
because
you
of the
wanted.
profession.
Yes, it was. That's what I'm saying. It was. The deal is, I knew what I was doing. I knew that there were people. The person that I replaced did not know what they were doing. They were horrible. They were just garbage. But I knew what I was doing. I helped take them from the 70s to the early 2000s.
Yeah.
But when I was gone, when I left, they went and got somebody else who was maybe even half as skilled as I was.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff started falling again. That's what I'm saying. It was literally like the book of Kings and Chronicles. It was like, oh, that was the good king. He was good and he was great. And the people prospered. And then there was the bad king. And then there was a king that was worse than him. And then there was a king that was worse than him.
Exactly.
That is definitely the pattern in education, because I kept in contact with one of my coworkers after I had left Oakland, the charter school, and I told her, I was like, so how's it going with the person that replaced me? And she is like, girl, she didn't even finish the year. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, this lady in a class of 25, 6, 7-year-olds she decided she had enough, and she walked out, left.
Yep.
And literally what she did was she sent the kids to the art teacher. And when it was time for her to come pick them up, she never came. So the art teacher is like, "What's going on?" She calls the office. The office person goes to the classroom, sees the teacher's things gone. She pieced out. I think another staff member saw her leave out the gate, and she never came back. And I'm like, wow, you just left the kids with the art teacher and bounced. That's what you replaced me with?
Yep.
Wow. And I felt so heartbroken because I was like, she's like, yeah, like that's who our principal hired. And I was like, I'm gonna be willing to question her character because the principal before her was the one that hired me. She didn't hire me.
Mm-hmm.
But she just did not think that, you know, I was that great of a teacher. And everybody else was like, I don't, even her supervisor was like, I don't see how you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Like, she's awesome. Like, yeah, if there's a kid that's playing with his shoe and is distracted, that's one thing, but 24 other kids are paying attention. Like, how are you not evaluating her higher than what she should have been?
Mm-hmm.
So me as a teacher, I was like, you know what? It's whatever. I don't have any ill will towards her, but karma came back on her and she hired the worst teacher, and I feel bad for the kids. They deserve better.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you reap what you sow. She didn't give me the support, and so it came back on her. Like, nothing that you put out that's positive will come back void. So I look at it as like, you know, I'm sorry the kids had to suffer, but maybe now the parents will see that your judge of character is off. And she since has been replaced with another principal that's way better. But yeah, but it's like,
Praise God.
yeah, I'm grateful now, but I'm like, what about those other kids who had to go through that and had to go through the trauma of their teacher just deciding to up and leave? They weren't worth staying the rest of the school year. Like, what does that do to their psyche? Like, it's the things that I think people just don't think or don't care, and that's why I stay being a teacher. Because I've often even been asked, like, do you want to go into admin? I was like, nope, absolutely not. I refuse, because there's just not enough good teachers in this academic system. And for you to take me out of that is to the detriment of the students that I teach. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep teaching and doing my job, because I want as many kids to be successful, because guess what? Those are our future. Those are the ones that are going to be taking care of us when we're older. So I'd rather have them equipped to be in this world and live in it and be successful and be productive and give back to their communities. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to keep doing it until the wheels fall off. So yeah.
Yeah. And we appreciate you for that. You know, Brother Ant, you know, this sister here has a testimony that
He gave it.
She really needs to share.
Incredible.
And it is such an incredible testimony.
Thank you.
You know, and when you hear her speak, you will just see the glory of God, because how he blessed her and delivered her. And I can't tell it like she can, so I'm not going to try. But maybe one night she can come on and share that with us. But man,
well, you know, the door is always open.
Yeah, definitely.
So, you know,
definitely.
as they say, you're not a stranger here now. So
thank you.
This was her element. So I think it was just easy for her to come and just, because 13 years, you think about it, 13 years in just the last 2 hours that you just gave her the platform to just let her, because this isn't relevant to the initial video that Bolo started, and in the conversation that you began to elaborate on, and now she's just like putting more than the finishing touch on it, but it's like dessert on top of dessert. And so I was like, wow, because I'm learning things. I'm like, I've never just like I'm just like sitting here like my mouth is open, like what? Like
You can't
between
believe it.
Anthony,
You
I can't. I'm literally, and you guys have lived it. You've seen it, so it's kind of like, oh well. I wonder how many people. No, we don't, because we can't be privy to this information based on just things, the contracts you speak about, and the jobs being at risk if they do so. And you're talking about just a few teachers who are good who will come out and speak on it. The bad teachers are never going to talk about it.
no.
They don't have any incentive to. They're incentivized to keep allowing the system to do what it's doing so they can keep their jobs. But so you have an even smaller pool of individuals like Sadina and like Anthony who actually did a great job and benefited these schools that they served. But it's like it comes with so much that we just don't know. We experience it as students, all of us who went to public schools, but you just kind of like you feel it. It's like that palpable thing, whereas behind the scenes, it's like the Black Mirror. It's like the wizard. It's like the person moving up the strings behind the wall. You can't, you know, there's someone doing it, but you can't put your finger on it. And my father got me out of it. But now I'm having this context at 35 years old that I always like, I wonder why that was, or I wonder why this was, or I wonder what, and then it's like, oh, so if I didn't know this, and I'm 35, how many
Well,
more
but the
people?
thing is, you're always
No.
taught, right? You're always taught that you need to do what? You need to respect your teachers. They're there to help you. They're there, the schools are there to make you a better person. And you go in with these preconceived notions on what the schools are. And parents and students alike will go into the school thinking that the schools have your best interests at heart. And the fact
Yeah.
of the matter is they do not. Now you'll have teachers in those schools, and that's why I was quick to say, you will have teachers in those schools that will have your best interests at heart. You have one sitting on the panel tonight. You have her sitting on the panel, and she told you all of the stuff that she goes through. I have heard that. I've heard that I have literally heard her story 100 times, right?
Jeez.
But I can tell, I walked in one, I kid you not, just some stories, okay? Just some stories for you guys to show you just how crazy some of this stuff is. I walked into one, me and the guy that was working with me at the time. We were looking at seeing about running cameras throughout certain areas of the building and everything else. And there was a principal at this one school asked us to stop by and say that in one of the classrooms, their connectivity wasn't working for one of their PCs, and they wanted to get that, see if there was something wrong with it. Maybe a kid stuck some gum in the thing or whatever else. And we were like, oh, hopefully not. It's not that it was a bad fix or something like that. It's one of those things that kind of time consuming. You really don't want to do it. And so walked in because we were already going to the school anyway. And so we walked in, and class full of kids. These were high schoolers. Class full of kids. Teacher, literally, leaned back in his chair, feet on the desk, sleep. We walked in, and he because we walked in like we normally did. We didn't like bang the doors open or whatever else. But we opened the door and we kind of walked in, and all of a sudden the kids are just like kind of like snickering and everything else. And he's like leaned back and he's out. He is out. And so we walked in and it was like, hey, where's the computer? And he goes like, oh, and he pops up and like, oh, yeah, it's that one right over there that was giving the problem. He said it was, wasn't connecting up and everything else. And then he was like, all of a sudden he tried to be Mr. Tough Guy. And he was like, hey, y'all get back to work. Stop playing around. Well, dude, they just saw you sleeping. Your authority just went down to 0 for the whole class because you were literally stressed out sleeping. You come to find out and show you that we also found out that he was lazy. Because when we went and looked at everything, the kids had basically unplugged the network cable from the back of the PC, but kind of let it stay sitting in it. That's why it wasn't connecting. It wasn't working. We press it in, boom, it comes on, and we were like, "You didn't check that?" And he's like,
Huh.
Oh well, yeah, I call myself checking it. I'm thinking to myself, you call yourself sleeping, bro. Right. We go into another one, went to another one, and this teacher at Sardinia, like
Mm-hmm.
you deal with elementary, you deal with elementary
Mm-hmm.
kids, so you probably might not have a lot of probably don't have a lot of you don't see this a lot of and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But walked into but you probably heard the stories and you probably know. Walked into this one classroom and we was there to check on some things. And just so happened that the teacher that's in this classroom thinks she's still in high school. So she was trying to be, it's almost like she went back to be a teacher to either be the cool teacher or get all of the accolades that she felt that she should have got in high school.
Interesting.
So she's kind of flirting with the guys, the older guys,
Oh wow.
the she's not blatantly doing it, but
Right.
All these
you can
characters.
You see what she's doing, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
And so you got this stuff going on. No teaching is really happening in the class, and the class is just kind of almost like a little free for all. Now, even saying that, I can walk in certain other classes, and the teachers on the board and and trying to break stuff down and getting the kids to ask questions, being engaged and stuff like that, and everything else. But see, there's more of the first two type of teachers that we saw than we saw the ones like walking into the classroom with like a Sardinia. You see what I mean? It's different.
Yep.
And this is what you have now. You have all the, this is why if you notice, all you have to do is start watching, just watch the news. How many they just had 2 teachers get arrested for messing with some underage teenagers?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's a very real thing because part of my tenure, I was a substitute teacher. So I was in hard to staff
That's right. There you
schools,
go.
which were considered high schools, middle schools, and classes that were special ed. So those things do happen, unfortunately. Like I said, there are teachers who have been known to abuse kids. So you've seen like pick, videos of where special ed kids have been hit and manhandled by teachers. So that I can attest to. Those are things that have happened. And you're like, yo, that's not cool. And again, even if you report it, those teachers are hard to remove. Again, difficult. So it again puts you in a situation where you're like, okay, I'm seeing this stuff and I'm saying something, but it's not really being done. Now there's more around the sexual stuff because, the culture now compared to like even
Back
10 years
then, different.
ago is different, so it's definitely like it's crazy because like these kids are very impressionable. So it's like a teacher is a sense of authority and that's who they trust, and then that trust gets broken. And it's crazy because I'm like the reason why I don't do older kids, I do smaller ones because I'm like I did high school substitute teaching and I was like, oh my God, these kids think I'm their age. And no, I am not. I'm like, I was a 25-year-old at the time teaching high school. And I had kids that were like, they had hard lives and they were just like, my life is hard and people don't understand what it's like being in the ghetto and the hood. And I'm like, bro, let me help you. I was in Oakland, California. I grew up going to Castlemont High School where you had norteños and serranos. Like, okay, they didn't have guns, but I remember clearly seeing a boy get stabbed that had nothing to do with a fight at my school. Like, dude, like I grew up in that environment and you don't see me out here acting a fool. You see me out here working a job. So I was just talking to him, just being a normal teacher, being able to relate and letting them know there's another way. And if I lived through that being in Oakland and escaping the statistics, because they were like, you're just gonna end up pregnant and on welfare. And I'm like, bro, no. Thing one, no children. Thing two, college educated. So guess what? If I can break that stereotype, yes, you can too. I don't care. I expect just as much from you if you have Tourette's as I would for a kid that does not have Tourette's. You're capable of learning.
There you
So
go.
Wow.
when
Yeah.
when that young man heard me speak to him the way I was speaking to him, I think he misunderstood where I was coming from. I'm coming from a teacher standpoint. You're like, yo, this chick is cool. And I'm like, I'm not 15. I am 25. I can see your eyes and your wheels turning. He literally followed me towards the teacher's lounge. And I was like, I can see this is not going well. And to a teacher that ain't got right intentions, she'll flip to that. To me, I was like trying to run for the hills.
Yeah.
And I was like, so if there's a student who followed me into the teacher's lounge and they're like, hey, I'm over here. And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
you got to nip it in the bud.
exactly. I waited until he had to. I know. That day I was like, I cannot finish out the day. Once that kid goes to his next class, I need to go because I ain't got no car. I got to get on the bus. I'm not even trying to run into him after school. So literally, I left early, got away from that situation because I'm like, yeah, I was just trying to encourage you, and you misunderstood that encouragement as flirtation. And so I was like, so when I hear about these female teachers out here getting out of pocket, I'm like, I don't know what you see in a child, because even at 25, I was like, no, I need a man that's my age. That's what I deal with.
Well, tell me this. What do you think about this this whole way that they're handling the gender reassignment, or the gender role? Yeah, the gender issue in the educational system.
That's different. That's new.
What do you think of that?
It is new. And I mean, it's definitely difficult as a Christian having my belief system be a certain way, but still having to respect the expectations of my district and my job. So I have to respect, like, if there's a child that wants to be called a her, but it's a him, like, I still have to respect those pronouns. It's like the scriptures say, like, living in the world but not of the world. So it's like I gotta live in it and respect that.
But the laws of the land, right?
Yeah, so that's what I do. Like, I respect those children that they have their pronouns, they have their feelings about who they are gender wise. So I'll respect that. It's just me, I feel very differently about it, but I'm not going to like not teach them or
exactly. Yeah.
So a follow-up question.
Yeah.
A follow-up question to Vaughn. You have to respect it. So my question is, you said you have to respect it. My question is, have you been put in a position where you've had to respect it? Like where you had to go through the experience of, oh, this is a boy who wants to be a girl, or vice versa. And how did you feel about it? Oh,
yeah, this was that. Yeah, believe it or not, we have 6-7-year-olds like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well,
that's why I have a problem. I don't understand. How I'm very confused at that age, because you really don't even know what type of sandwich you want to eat.
Yeah, that is something that it wasn't. The student wasn't my student; it was another student, and so in that case, it was a boy who felt strongly like I want to be like associated as a girl and dressed as such. And so I went by the pronouns. So whenever we got together as a whole class, whether it was field trips or whatnot, I referred to him however he wanted to be named. Even though it was a boy, I still was like, okay, she needs to go with this group and call her by her name, even though it's a he.
Now, are
Like,
the kids aware? Are the other children aware that this is really a boy who's trying to be a girl? And how does that work? Because kids are very cruel. They can be very cruel now.
Yeah, well, their teacher is very much like pro LGBTQ. So she broke it down for her class on the respect level of that particular student. So they didn't treat him any different. And we also were like, our class, you don't treat that student any different than the way they want to be treated. That's what the name they chose, the pronouns they chose, you need to go by those names and those pronouns.
And so they're basically indoctrinated. The other children are basically indoctrinated into the concept. Yep. Wow.
Start young, right?
Crazy.
Now we talked about this, but
digress.
I've never heard it from a teacher's perspective because she's actually experiencing it. We talk about it because we hear about it in stories. So this is why that was a great question. Because we don't know. We speculate. Oh, well, this sounds weird. How does that work? And she's telling us, oh, no, this is
It's her job.
Imagine,
so,
right? Imagine if you had to tell a child something opposite of what you obviously see, but you're obligated to do it.
Right.
Like it's part of your job. Like that's not something we can conceive of.
Yeah.
Because we don't have to do it. We should. They say we're supposed to, but it's not our job to do it. It's different.
Yeah. So now the rules are different. Like anything related to LGBTQ communities, that's in the curriculum. Children are not allowed to opt out at the elementary school level, and the parents cannot pull their child out for any of those lessons. So that is
really wow. Because I remember
California.
Now listen, I remember I was able to refuse all of that. But maybe
they stopped that not too long ago.
My son is 19 now, but I'm just saying back then, they asked blah 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 this and that, and I said, well, I'd rather not.
And back then, you had a choice on whether you wanted to, and a lot of people at the time said no. We don't want that. We don't want them to get into all of that and everything else. And it was semi-respected until this second deal, I think, of y'all legislation came through and pushed that law and said, hey, nope, it's going to be part of the curriculum. It's going to be part of everything, and you have to teach it. So, yep. And there's no opting out. So I think for a while, most teachers didn't know there was no opting out.
Yeah.
I mean, not teachers, parents.
So, so basically, now what you're saying is there is no opting out,
no opting out
for the parents and their child.
Yep.
No, it's against like
baked into the cake now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. 84. You had something?
Yes. I think that kids should be taught different genders, cultures, religions, and everything else. I don't think they should be taught things that are explicit. So I don't think they should be taught like positions and or I don't think they should be asked certain questions. But I do think they need to be aware of what's going on around them. And not need to prepare them for the world that they're going to live in.
I don't think so. I would disagree.
You know what I'm saying? But I think it's a time and place for it though.
I do agree on that.
Yeah, I think maybe
that's what I was agreeing to is a time.
I think probably like maybe high school. I would say.
Yeah, if you want to throw that
middle school, high school, they could kind of dictate.
But 6 and 7 year olds, see, this is where I have an issue.
Yeah, I don't.
This is the most innocent time of their lives.
I don't think somebody
And
that's that
I
age
just
is
I
gonna.
don't think we should be fooling with that.
Yeah, I don't think
Hold
somebody
on,
that
one
age
at
is
a time,
gonna
one at
really
a
have
time.
an understanding
I'm
of
sorry.
that.
Go ahead.
No, you good, you good. I know you're passionate about this, Mr. Brian, and you should be. You're a parent. I'm not. So, but you
Yeah.
know, and maybe my stance is a little more lenient because I'm not a parent. But I do think that we do have to teach our youth a lot of things because things are changing. They're changing rapidly,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, you know what I'm saying. A lot of times, I think this is why politically and socially we have to be more militant and vigilant about what we are doing. You know what I mean? Because things are rapidly changing, and with technology and everything else around it, they're changing even faster than before. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So we just gotta really be we just gotta really know what these people are doing politically, what they're doing socially, and really be on top of it. Because if not, they just implement stuff that we don't know nothing about. And then we
Yeah.
wake up the next morning, they're gonna pass all these laws and decrees that we know literally nothing about. I
Yeah.
still don't know the whole thing about the Patriot Act. I don't know
And
nothing about that.
Yeah.
and especially when the parents take their time.
Hold on, Mr. Brian. I just want to land my plane real quick. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
nothing
sorry.
about the
Go ahead,
Patriot
brother.
Act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about the Patriot Act. I don't know nothing about all these laws and decrees they have. They've been passing the last 20 or some odd years. I don't know anything about it. I just know it exists. To what
Yeah.
level it exists, I don't know.
I can help you with
You know
all
what I
that.
mean? But yeah, so
Yeah.
I mean that's what I gotta say.
Okay, go ahead, Vaughn, real quick.
Yeah, it's wow. It's something, especially when you have a specific way as to how you live in your home and you're teaching your children certain things. You see what I'm saying? Spiritual things, religious things, or whatever it is, you know. And so when you send them out and the system is bucking against the value system that you're teaching your children, you see, it just makes it a little more difficult. And so that's where I have issue with it. I don't believe that we should be stripped from a choice that,
Yeah.
and so I'll just say that. I'll leave that right there.
Because it's your child. So it's not. It shouldn't even be a belief. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't even be. I believe we shouldn't. It's I know because this is I get this is my seed. It's not even a discussion as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's true, Jay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. What do you bring up?
But that's no
Brad.
longer the case though because now we listen. Let's be honest about this country. We know what country we live in. When they tell you to stay inside your house, you stay inside your house. When they
If
tell you
you
to
wanted
move
to.
right, you move right. When they tell you to move left, you move left. When they tell you that you're gonna learn this, that's what you're gonna learn. Unless
Well,
we fight the powers that be, that's what it's just gonna be.
okay.
And that's
Yeah.
why I'm so militant
Stick,
about it. And I'm not.
stick. No. Stick a pin in that point right there. Because I'm gonna hit you up in a few seconds. Let Sweatbread go ahead and say what he
I'm
had to say.
sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, I understand, bro. I understand.
Now, I just need your advice, okay? Teacher to teacher, what do you? I just want your thoughts, okay? Have you seen that viral clip about the teacher saying that kids don't want to learn; they want to learn about the sexy red? What is your advice on that? Little kids learning about the sexy red, song instead of learning in school. What's your opinion
Good
on that?
question. Good
I know
question.
that's why I asked her that.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely hard because it's like, we're having to learn how to set boundaries, but at the same time recognizing that there's these topics that it's like, wow, we got to teach this. And I'm like, I'm not completely sure that a 6, 7 year old is mature enough to understand why another child wants to be recognized in a certain gender that's not theirs. Like, it is very difficult to explain, and also not being their parent, like, is very difficult because I grew up in the 80s. So like the biggest thing was sex education, and that was something that you had the choice as a parent to opt out of or not. And so it is an ever changing world. And so I'm like, yeah, the sexy red stuff, you can put your foot down and say, hey, yeah, no, we're not learning about that song right now. That's not
I
what we're
mean, she come to you and saying that let your pee breathe, and everybody just following her. I mean, what do you say to that as a teacher? Like, who teaches you this? You got to teach them in your way. So how can you teach that?
I think if anything, I always ask my kids, where do you learn stuff from? Just like when they come in and they drop an F-bomb. It's like, hold up, where did you learn that? Because I know I didn't teach you that. And it's like, I learned it from my dad. Like I heard my dad saying it. And it's like, yeah, what you do in your house, that's fine, whatever you hear and do. But when you're at school, in my classroom, you're not going to use those kinds of words. You can express yourself in other ways. So I usually pertain it to my classroom and how I want it to run and flow. I don't use any curse words towards you, do I? And they're like, no. Okay, then I'm not expecting you to use those words. So if I'm not sitting up here singing any, Cardi or Megan Thee Stallion, I don't expect you to roll up in here and start singing the WAP song. I'm sorry, that's not happening. Not in my classroom. When you go outside, that's all you after school. Go be you, do you. But in here, you're gonna respect me as your teacher, and I'm gonna respect you as my student. So that's how I do it. And so they're more like they're like where in Black community you don't cuss in front of your mom. It's like if you say they're like, Miss Vega, I'm so sorry. They're like taking it back. I'm like, okay, as long as you respect me and yourself, we have no problem. But I run my class very differently. Every teacher is different. But yeah, it's things like now you can't opt out of sex ed. Like you go to that fourth and fifth grade, and I'm like, wow, they call it something else. I forget what they call it, but they call it something else.
Well, see, and that's my. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's crazy because I was like, why are they calling the fourth and fifth graders to the cafeteria every Friday morning? And it's like, oh, I'm gonna ask one of my coworkers one of these days what is the name of it, but they call it something else instead of sex ed, and it's like they all go. They're like, yeah, boys and girls go. And it's like, well, what exactly are they doing? What are they teaching them? Because I'm just nosy. And they were like, they're teaching them the whole gamut. They're teaching them about their bodies. Like, yo, you got BO. This is how you deal with it. You got to learn not be going to school being funky. Sorry. But the run the gamut.
Nothing wrong with that now. I think that's all right.
Normal. And so, but they do get on the matter of sex. Like, if you're going to do that, you need to protect yourself. And you know what? At one point, I was like, wow, that's kind of young. But when I know I had a cousin get pregnant at 11 by a 16-year-old, I'm like, you know what? Go ahead and give them daggone condoms, because I would have preferred my cousin to not get pregnant at 11.
Yeah, so, but they wouldn't. She still wouldn't use them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So
yeah,
here's work.
It's definitely hard, but like having to educate them because they're going out into a world, and now you got these teachers that are preying upon these kids. Yes. So if they don't know the ins and outs of like what's not okay and what's okay, the boundaries, like they're learning that through these classes on Fridays, not only about their bodies and how they're changing, but also what's an appropriate boundary between an adult and a child. And it's sad that you got to learn that in 4th and 5th grade, but now it's a very real thing. So now it's like, okay, maybe it's teaching some of these kids to speak up and say, you know what, there's something really odd about the way my teacher is treating me or touching me that's inappropriate, that maybe their parents didn't school them on, but the school did that. So there's the pros and cons of it. And I look at it like in the 80s, my mom allowed me to opt in on that. And it taught me a lot about reproduction and things like that. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like, that's what happens to you? That's how you get pregnant? I'm good, though. That was my first introduction to like, yep, I am not trying to get pregnant. When I see what it
is, sex, that's crazy. But, sex education back in the day, used to actually be that. You see what I'm saying? And wasn't anything wrong with it back in the day. You see what I'm saying? But now it's taking on a whole nother shape and form, and
Well,
this we're really going. We're going to extremes now.
well, that's so. Here's where I'm at with this host. This because this stuff here to me is stupid. It really is. This is not saying that like what we've done is we've taken the core lessons of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we've said, let's just take it from being a tree and just make it a full-blown forest. This is what we've done. And why do I say that? It's because I can tell you to the point that Sadine just made. I can tell you that it's wrong for someone to touch you in a specific spot, or for you to something that happens to that should make you feel uncomfortable or something like that. I can tell you these little tidbits, if you will, of things without having to sit there and tell you about the parts of your body and this, that, and the third, and all this other stuff, and then how sex happens and all. You can give information, but don't have to give. I can give you an excerpt out of a book without giving you a whole book. I can give you a small cliff note on a subject without having you sit there and read the whole book. That can happen. What we've done is there's been a big pursuit of knowledge without wisdom and understanding. And that is dangerous. And that's why you have what you have right now.
Yeah.
You have what you have right now. There is no reason for a kid in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade to be sitting up there talking about I want to be a girl. I want to be a boy. I want to be a he. I want to be a her. I want to be a she. I want to be a him. I want to be a they. I want to be a them. I want to be a zerp. I want to be a cow. I mean, there's no reason for all of that. You can't even read the word. Why are we pushing this? Because the kids are not, here's the deal. It's not coming from the kids coming up to you and saying, I want to know this. Yeah. This is by default, a little girl would look at a boy and know that he's a stinky little boy. And a little boy would look at a little girl and say, that's a stinky little girl. There's no sex undertones to it. There's nothing like that. They will become friends and share a sandwich. They will become friends and eat ice cream and go to each other's birthday parties and all of these other different things, but they will still know the difference from each other. It doesn't matter. Back in the day when a girl ran around doing all of the stuff that boys were doing and everything else, they were called what?
Tomboy.
Boy.
And vice versa, a guy that a little boy that was running around doing a bunch of stuff that because maybe he grew up in a house full of sisters, maybe he grew up and everyone he knew and his whole thing, but every time if he didn't run with any other boys, he wound up being called a what?
Sissy.
There you go. That doesn't mean that he was a girl. It meant that he was what? It meant that he was soft. It meant that he was doing girl type things. It had nothing to do, and you let nature take its course. And the majority of time, I didn't say all, I'm not going through all that. The majority of time, they wind up doing what? The tomboy girl becomes more girly, and the sissy boy, whatever, becomes more man. And they go into the path that they were designed. It wasn't until all of this confusion came in that we have all of these problems. That we have all of these things. Kids can't even choose their lunch, and now you telling me they can choose their gender. Kids can't even choose. Kids can't even tell you what kind of cereal you want, and yet and still, you can sit up there and you can tell me that they can make the decision on whether they can get girls can get developing breasts cut off, boys can get developing penises cut off and talk about we're gonna transition.
Yeah,
It's like
just
no,
ridiculous.
we have created this search. We have created this search for knowledge, and we have to have all of this knowledge. TikTok knowledge, Instagram knowledge, Facebook knowledge, Rumble, whatever you want to call it. Everything else has been this search for knowledge, but it's been this search for knowledge without wisdom and understanding. So we push this out and we make this the forefront. We make this the forefront thing. And then you have Mr. Best of the World talking about, man, we don't even know what the Patriot Act is. Yeah. That doesn't get pushed, because if it was really getting pushed, you would be pissed. Because the Patriot Act says that the government, the federal government, can spy on you without a warrant. They can pull your data. They can pull your money off, how much money you got in your bank account. They can look and listen to your conversations. They can do all of these things without a warrant. Mm-hmm. That is not only unconstitutional. That's not only what should be illegal, but it's also unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
But yet and still, no one talks about that. That gets put into the background, but they feed you the little bread and circuses and say dance, puppet, dance on this foolishness that don't make no sense outside of. It goes back to what I said at the very beginning. We need you to be pawns in the game that we're playing, because we want control and power. That's what we want. We want control and power. When you really understand and you really sit back and you give a think, I want you to sit back and think about it. I want you to go to all of your pride parades. I want you to go to all and listen to all your talking heads talk and everything else, and understand that a majority of this is one way. When you understand that it is not only to they have created the perfect means, literally, with this younger generation now. If we could have been paying attention, you would have saw it. But because you weren't paying attention and worried about the ancillaries, did you know that they have created the perfect way to self-sterilize? Remember, Bolo talked about it a long time ago, years ago. They were talking about that we need, Bill Gates and others in the World Economic Forum got up saying some years back about how we need to we need to hold fast and follow the Georgia Guidestones. First thing for the Georgia Guide that's on the Georgia Guidestone is that the world's population needs to be reduced to 500,000 people. There's currently over 8, or right at 8 billion.
And how do you go about reducing it?
You make them stop creating. So if I can notice how, if you go and you do the timeline about what was gay and who was gay and who followed along with this, and you look at what generation has adopted all of this stuff, it's your Gen Zs. It's your millennials, right? It's the Gen Y groups, right? Well, what are you talking about? What did some Gen Xers really and truly around the Gen X time is where it really started becoming more mainstream. And in that short amount of time, when you start counting back, you go from the 80s and the androgyny era, where you had your Boy Georges and your princes and Jews look real freaky looking and look like women, and the whole forefront of the gay stuff started coming in, because you had the Wham and George Michael and you started putting it all out there. Then the TV shows started to come out, the Will and Graces and everything else. So from the 80s to the 90s, from the 90s to the 2000s, from the 2000s to the 2010s, from the 2010s to the 2030s, if you count that all off, that's 40 years. So in the space of 40 years, you have the majority of your population now saying that they are not who they were born to be. Thus, by that process, now seeking same-sex relationships, and then also in seeking the same-sex relationships with others, and also by doing the things that will castrate you, you have now proceeded to put into effect sex self-sterilization. They are paying people right now. You have cities in Europe that are in the verge of shutting down. They are paying couples to go there and live. Places in Italy, places in Greece, places in, I want to say Sweden. I think Amsterdam has a part in it, where they're paying people to have kids. To come there, we will give you citizenship if you come here, live, and have children, so that our cities do not die. The average American family has 1.2 kids. That's on average now. It used to be 2.3. Now it's like 1.2. They're paying people in Japan to move and live there. From, doesn't matter where, but to move and live there and have children. China has upped its birth rate, whereby you only can have 1 to 2 kids. Now it's 3 to 4. But everywhere all of these things have gone, economies cannot survive without people. Cities cannot survive without people. And so with all of these pushes for all of these things and all of these, but yet and still people are willing, because they have been deceived, they are willing to self-sterilize themselves. And then they come out on the other end of it. They get into their 18, 19, 20, 21 to 25 years of age. Their brain started to settle in, and now they have buyer's remorse. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about all of the people who transition and want to transition and want to quote unquote detransition.
That's right. Now you want to change your mind.
Yes. But guess what? You've messed yourself up. They talk about the kids who are going into their teenage years and they want to be this instead of that. And they put puberty blockers on them. Well, if you put the puberty blockers on the kids, they say, well, you can always take it off. Once you start doing it, it's over. Because what it does is it messes with your body. It changes the way your body develops to the point that if you're running it all throughout your teenage years, you basically skip puberty. So you wind up having issues. People who have done it have started having issues with the health of their bones, nervous system problems, brain function problems, all of these things, because your body was meant to develop a certain way and you broke that chain before it had a time. So now the genitals don't develop like they should. Now you basically made boys into eunuchs and you made girls into just androgynous beings that could be anything and everything. And so now you have these things. Think about it right now. Think about the women that you see, the majority of the women that you see right now, women who are, just in general, women that you see on TV and everything else, they look way younger than what they should be. The boys of today that are growing up, they look way younger than what they should be. I have not seen, look at the guys like, and they're trying to make them out to be like heartthrobs and everything else. Like the kid that played, well, he's not a kid, he's a freaking grown man that played on Doom. I forgot what his name is, but he's big. And you look at all of these guys, they all look soft. They all look soft. The girls that are out there right now, they trying to make them out like they the best looking girls in the world. They have they're straight as boards, flat as irons, no shape, no curves, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They looked underdeveloped. And no one talks about this. And then on top of that, people of today who are the more educated of us all, who are the more reflective of us all, the more intelligentsia of us all, the more you name it, right, are the ones who are not reproducing. They're waiting till 30s, 40s to try to have children. Well, that's called geriatric pregnancies. So there's problems having more time doing this.
Yeah.
Compared to the ones who, your sexy reds and all of these other folks who literally have nothing really going outside of showing themselves off, are spitting out 4 and 5. That's your new generation that's coming up, being raised in the culture of today. And here's the deal, it's just not black folks, because quote unquote black culture, if you notice or if you haven't noticed, has spread. And now you see imitations of it in Hispanic culture. You see imitations of it in Asian culture. You see basically black culture has become the culture of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at this, you've created yourself. You're literally creating for yourself resource. That's what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
Those who are trying to rule the world want those people. They don't want the intelligent folks. They don't want the highly intelligent, of the intelligentsia. They don't want those folks. They don't want the common sense, hardworking business owner. Nope, we don't need you guys. You guys need to die. What we want is the folks that's going to be dependent on us. So we're going to do like 84 so eloquently put it. We're going to tell you where to go. We're going to tell you how to go. And we're going to tell you what to do. If we tell you to stay in your house, you're going to stay in your house. If we tell you you can go outside, you can go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Those who stand up against that, you saw what happened to those people during COVID. Their channels get shut down. Their social media gets killed. Their businesses get iced out. And they'll still stand on their square and they'll still be strong, but yet and still they'll try to silence them. And in some cases, they'll try to get rid of them. Kill them even. Because if I can turn the system against you, where people now believe that you're evil, then guess what? It'll be okay to kill you. It'll be okay to destroy you. You don't believe me? Go back and look at Nazi Germany. Go back and look at Mussolini's Italy. Go look at Stalin's Russia. Go look at Pol Pot's Cambodia. Go look at Mao Tse-tung, China. Go look at Kim Jong-un, North Korea. It's all there black and white. It's all there black and white. And that's what happens. That's what happens when the people give up and let government rule take over. That's what happens. So, what do we do to combat that? We truly educate ourselves. We stand against foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
We make our voices heard regardless of. And then on top of that, we stand on the truth of God. And He fights our battles. We just be willing to stand.
Yeah.
That's how that rolls. And that's what you see. That's the beauty of having people like a Sedina in the position that she's in. She gets to be a light in the darkness. In a position where you are sweat bread, as he moves around, gets to be a position in the light, in the darkness.
Yeah.
Von Bryant, wherever he goes, he's retired from the job, but even at the job he was in, he got a chance to be the light in the darkness. Myself, saying, we have to be the lights in the darkness. We got to be willing to stand against all of the craziness that happens within this world. Because if we don't, and 84 as well, I don't know what 84 does. I know 84 has tons of YouTube channels. And 84 speaks a lot of truth on those YouTube channels. Right.
Yes, sir.
But it's being that light in the darkness. Right.
Yeah.
So we really have to pay attention to that. But as the saying goes, guys, I'm rolling close to 24 hours. So not going to do BD.
No, you got to get some sleep at some point, right?
That's it. So, with that being said, we're going to stop it right here. Sadine,
Yes.
there is a tradition we have when we get ready to close out a show, especially on Testimony Friday. And that tradition is this. New person gets to pick the psalm we read, but it's not Psalm 119. Ain't going to do that. You can pick whatever song you want to read.
Any song but 119.
No 119.
Got it.
119 is the off. So.
Okay, got it. Let me pull up my Bible app. And let's see. Let's do. Okay. Let's do Psalms 34. That's the first one that comes to mind. That was a part of my quiet time today. So
Psalms 34. I'd take that one. That's a good one. Okay. All right. And it goes as follows. Sorry about that. I had to clear my throat. Just didn't want to do it over there. It goes as follows. It says, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make its boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. They looked to him and were radiant, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried out, and the Lord heard him and saved him out of all his trouble. The angel of the Lord encamps all around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good, and blessed is the man who trusts in him. Oh, fear the Lord, you his saints. There is no want to those who fear him. The young lions lack and suffer hunger. Yeah. Those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. Come, you children, listen to me. I will teach you to fear the Lord. Who is the man who desires life and loves many days that he may see good? Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Depart from evil, do good, seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry. And the face of the Lord is against those who do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears and delivers them out of all their trouble. And the Lord is near to those who have a broken heart.
Yes, God.
Save such as have a contrite spirit.
Yes.
Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all.
Oh, yes.
He guards all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and those who hate the righteous shall be condemned. The Lord redeems the soul of his servant, and none of those who trust in him shall be condemned. Father God, we just thank you for this day. We just thank you for just allowing us to be able to come together, to have the conversations that we have, Lord, to be able to talk about the things that are happening within this world, to be able to happen within our cultures. We just ask that you would just be with us tonight, Lord.
Yeah.
I ask that you would just watch over us and give us rest, give us peace. Be with those who are here with Phillips and those who are on the panel tonight, Lord. Continue to bless them. Show yourself strong within their lives, Lord. And God, just keep them and watch over them. We just thank you for everything that you've done for us. For those who are sick, Lord, we just pray for healing according to your will. For those who are suffering with mental illness, Lord, we just ask, Lord, that you would give them peace of mind,
Yes,
heal
God.
their minds, heal their bodies, Lord. Give them relief from depression, from anxiety, and things that bring havoc upon the mind. We also pray for those who are suffering through grief at this time, who have lost a loved one, be it family, be it friend. We just ask that you would just put your loving arms around them, Lord, and give them comfort
Yes.
during this time. Let them know that you are not only the God of, of physical life, but you are the God of eternal life. Let them turn to you, Lord, for their salvation if they are not saved. And if they are, Lord, we just pray that you would just get them to keep them full of the hope that is within you. We just thank you for just all of the many blessings again that you have bestowed upon us. And as we go about our day tomorrow, Lord, allow us to be the ambassadors you call us to be. Let us be the salt and the light that we might point all men to you. Lord, let us not be weary in well doing. Let us continue to hold fast and be steadfast and stand on your promises that you have given. Just thank you for everything, Lord. Thank you for the salvation that you've given us, for the blood that you shed, the
Yes.
resurrection that you have done that has brought life, eternal life, into our lives. We just thank you for everything that you've done, you're doing, and you're going to do with those that you have purchased with your own precious blood.
Yes.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Man.
All right. Well,
Amen.
Sadinia, thank you for coming up. And I will leave you to give your last words for tonight.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm glad I was able to share my wisdom of the educational system, and I appreciate all your like contributions and questions. So I definitely am grateful for this space to be able to share with you guys. You're all amazing, and thank you.
All right. Sweatbread, the man of many questions. Your last
Praise
word.
the Lord, brother. Hey, praise the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a new day. As you know, it is 4:22 over here Mountain Time. The sun is coming up, and I thank God for you guys are still alive another day.
Yes.
Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Mr. Best in the World, number 84. Last words on you, bro.
Man, thank y'all for having me in the village. I'm glad my sister came through and you know what I mean, definitely dropped, a lot of jewels and love. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Appreciate all y'all. And if I can holler at you and Mr. Bryant behind the scenes, that would be great. For a little bit once the show is over. If y'all have time, if y'all don't, you need to go to bed, I understand. But you know what I
I'm,
mean, if we can talk a different time. It's all good.
All right. All right.
no problem.
Mr. VB, Wandering Prophet Von Bryant. Welcome, sir.
Man, what a wonderful show tonight, man. You know, a excellent conversation. And man, I'm just I'm taken aback because we've covered so much area. And man, God is good. I would just have to leave you always with something, but I would just say that the steadfast love of the Lord never faileth, and his mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. They're new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, O Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. Amen.
All right. Can't beat that one, bro. Can't beat that one. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Bolo had to bounce a little bit earlier and everything. But we, of course, thank him for sure for being here and starting this channel up to give us a place so we can have these conversations. You can't go everywhere and have just, I guess you could call just normal conversations without some kind of craziness happening or some kind of crazy things going down or whatever. And I appreciate it. Sadenia, thank you for coming up. Thank you for the insights and the look into behind the curtain of the educational system, especially where you're at. Greatly appreciate it. And, again, the door is always open. Whenever you feel like coming up, come on through. We look forward to hearing the testimony that Vaughn was saying that we all need to hear. So probably going to hold you to that when you show up next time. So, hey,
Absolutely.
just FYI. Sweatbread, like I said, the man of many questions. Man, appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you holding it down.
I know, boy. I had a little bit, but there was a lot to say, but I had to hold it in. I got you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I know you're on that road, man. So
yeah, next Friday.
Yeah, it's all good. But glad you could make it, man. Glad you could come up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Scorched Earth was here a little bit earlier. I think he had to buy out also. But
How was your fourth, brother?
Mine was good, man. Mine was good. We had a chance to see some family and everything, and man, just enjoyed myself. So sometimes you need that little break. You know what I mean? And so, but shout out to Scorched Earth, who was here earlier. That brother's always a hoot when he's up here, man. I know that sounded like a very old person thing to say, but that joke cracks me up every time he shows up. So,
oh yeah,
but it's good. It's good to have him up, and he's one of the heralds for the village. Every time I go out and see him on another channel, man, y'all need to check out the village. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, he needs to be. He's almost like one of those town criers that they used to have back in the olden days. All he needs is a bell or a trumpet to blow before he announces it. So, but it was good seeing him up here. Joseph, who was up here early, again, great questions, great insight. It was really cool, man. Again, being able to, see people's eyes being open to the things that they really try to hide from us, man. But God has a way of shining the light in the dark spots. So it's good that people understand. So I appreciate the questions that he was asking as well, and thank him for being here. And as Bolo likes to say, putting in his brick. 84, man. Good to see you, bro. It always is. I love the passion. I love the insight. I love that. The one thing I for me personally that I've noticed is that you are not too proud. You are really a humble person. You're a passionate person, but you're a humble person. And how do you know that? One of the things that I've noticed is that on your channel, and I'm throwing hype for his channel, so you guys check him out when y'all get a chance. But there's many voices talking on this channel, and it's not that he agrees with everyone and everyone's point on that channel, but he gives the ability on his channel to give excellent commentary and have great discussions. Doesn't matter if you don't always agree with what the person is saying. The fact that there's an element there that allows to have the discussion, so you can glean what you need to glean for. You get to see the other side's talking points in some cases that might be a little bit different than yours. Maybe you can glean something from it and pick up something and see things at a different perspective. Or maybe it helps solidify what you already believe. So it's good things to have. It's good things to know. And so the intellectual soapbox, that channel there is worth, by all means, all case in point, it is worth a look. See if you guys have not checked him out. And I think a lot of people have been on your channel as well. But just a shout out to you, bro. I really appreciate you, man. I appreciate what you do. So
Man, thank you, Big Ant. That means a lot for real, man.
Hey,
Definitely
it just
appreciate you as well.
it doesn't you don't see everyone wants to have the big voice. Everyone wants to have there's a lot of channels that want to have the big voice and want to talk about foolishness. And so
Yep.
in talking about foolishness, you miss the genuine conversation that you can have. It it's one of the things to me, your channel kind of reminds me of when a person steps in a cafe. Inside a cafe, there's a lot of people having different conversations. But if you're quiet enough, you can pick up a lot of different conversations that are happening. And in some cases, you might be able to interject. And then in other cases, it's just good to sit back and listen. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Vaughn, man, we appreciate you here in the village, man, big time. I caught I gave you that wandering prophet moniker for a reason, because every time I see you, no matter where you go, man, you're giving people what thus says the Lord, no matter where you go. And the deal is, you love the Lord, you're passionate about the Lord and everything else, but you have a heart for people as well, and it comes out when you speak. And so it's always good to have you here. Always good to see you building and putting in your brick for these conversations, man. It's just you help make the village what it is, and you help make these panels on Testimony Friday as good as they are. So definitely appreciate you, man. Definitely enjoyed you when you're here.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, brother. I appreciate you too.
So shout out to Lyric, who was up here briefly. He dropped a few gems, and I know she was working and had to take off. So appreciate her for being here and always showing, as one of the founding members, showing support and making her presence felt. For everyone that's in the chat, we couldn't do it without you guys. And it's always good to see the conversations that go back and forth. And it's never, and the one thing that I love is that it's I won't say it's never, but it is very much so rarely disrespectful between each other. And the things that, but you just see just the love and the gratitude that the people that are in the chat have for one another, and the hate that they have for Nightbot. So, I guess it all comes full circle. But I thank you guys really and truly. Yes, right. They hate Nightbot. I think BCDC is the Nightbot nemesis. Mr. Double R himself. But but again, I thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Bolo, who was, like I said, he was here earlier, for actually putting this channel together to give us this space to have these conversations, and also be a template for other channels doing the same thing. And making sure that the gospel is being spread about, that the conversations that we have about God and his love for man is being shown forth. So it's just a blessing, man. So, and even though he's not here, I have to say it yet again. We got another one in the books, and we continue to do what we do. So, with that being said, guys, I thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. Oh, I missed that one. Oh, I think I got it. Just looking at the back check, guys. Sorry, but yeah, I appreciate you guys for being here and everything else. And
yes, sir.
I look forward to seeing you guys again on Breed for Monday morning, God willing. Actually, no, Bono has a show. I think it's Sunday. It's supposed to be the Wisdom with he was having some. I believe he was having some computer problems. So the show he's supposed to do Wednesday, he's moving to Sunday. So y'all check the schedule time. I want to say it's at 2:00. I want to say that, but I'm not 100% certain. So go ahead and check things out, and it is Sunday. I think it is at 2:00. So check the schedule for you guys. But he's doing a show on Sunday. So look forward to seeing you guys there, and also on the Morning Breed on Monday. So with that being the case, thank you guys again for everyone that's here. And I will go ahead and say what I always say: grace and peace, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Grace and peace. One, you not supposed to